Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me?
Both, I hope.
Alrighty. Tree Hugger 2010. Thank you very much for the prime. What a fantastic name. Alrighty, let's get this on the go. How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning. It feels odd doing this on a Saturday, it really does. But I need to start making some of this gold back. I've spent way too aggressively in the last few days. I'm feeling poor. We need to start making some gold back. I've only done very rough napkin maths on this. I really am hoping that all of this unraveling and bulk crafting business is going to make me some profit. The auction house is toast still. Literally, the auction house is dead as a dodo. There is basically you're shooting in the dark with the auction house. You can't see anything you've posted. You can't really see if when you go to post something, even what auctions are up there. So you have to kind of guess where you can post something to even potentially sell it. Yeah. But at least there's only one thing to bear in mind with this. It's the same for absolutely everybody. So we will fight through. We'll figure something out. If I keep my purchasing of materials and my selling of end crafted items relatively broad, as long as I'm not working on skinny margins, we should be absolutely Gucci. That said, let's put that down there for now. There we go. I'm hoping that there's profit in this. You just have to kind of post stuff, and if you get those ding dings, be happy with it. If not, wait 12 hours, get the items back in your mailbox and do it again. Those ghost auctions with below crafting cost might not exist, but you can easily post yours by that price, and it's due. Well, yeah, you've got to be so careful with the auction house. You've got to be real careful. I'm basically ignoring everything I can see. I've done the napkin maths. I know roughly what my prices are. As long as I shoot for somewhere near that, I'm good. I'm good. Been flipping rank 1 Weaver Cloth into rank 1 Storm Dust. Yeah, the auction house is the auction house is terrible, but we can hope. We can hope. What I'm probably going to do is, I don't know, half an hour of like processing, crafting, throw it up on the auction house, and then probably just go and spend an hour doing some farming or something. Give the auction house time to sell some stuff, and then come back an hour later, see what's in the mailbox, and if we have sold it, maybe think about doing it again. We'll just play it by ear. And hopefully the gold number goes up and not down. It's all a bit random right now. Farming, you mean gathering? Oh, well, yeah. Yeah. Bit herbalism, bit mining. Get it on the go. There's a few recipes I need to pick up still for tailoring. Which might mean I do some scouting, see where I can get them on the cheap. Maybe take a vacation to another server to pick up my recipes, which is entirely feasible to do these days because of the Warbank and the account-wide systems. Don't forget it's the fishing derby today. Well, yeah, that's probably not for me. I'm sure it's possible. I haven't got a clue what's going on with that. I'd be going in blind as well. What's the average gold per hour for herbing and mining right now? Oh, I wouldn't know, but like if it's any less than 50,000 gold an hour, I'd be amazed. I'm pretty sure you can fly around almost with your eyes closed and make 50k. I'm pretty sure it's not that difficult at all. This is Blizzard's fix for the undercut spammers. What, just nuking the auction house into the ground? I was kind of hoping, and I think all of us were kind of hoping, that with, what was it, like best part of 12 hours of the auction house just being dead yesterday, that we would have seen the auction house come back up and your ability to use it properly and at speed would be improved, but it was down for 12 hours, it came back up, and by all reports, they'd done nothing to it. So, no idea. No idea what's going on behind the scenes. No idea whatsoever. You said 50 or 15. Oh, well, 50. I'd be amazed if you're making less than 50k an hour right now. Have you seen the price of half the materials? Have you seen the price of those Q3 mats? They're ludicrous. Q1 mats are selling faster than you can farm the damn things, and Q3 materials are stupid expensive. It's mad money farming right now. Yeah, with it still not being fixed, I don't know what they did. Team NA seemed to say that they had a slightly better success with the auction house once it came back up, but any recommendations on which herb spec to go into with herbalism? The far left one, whichever that is, the one that gives you more quality 3 and just more. You want the more one, whichever one that is. I can't really remember. I'm no farming pro though, don't take advice off me. Don't take advice off me on gathering. I'm not the expert in that regard. I think they tried to fix it but had to put it back up, otherwise the auction house would have been down the entire weekend. Well, yeah, you don't really want to start doing anything too serious on a Friday, do you? This is the problem. It's a bit risky doing anything on a Friday afternoon. And I'm pretty convinced that they had a plan of what they wanted to do. But I guess they probably just need to roll up like full new servers, which I'm sure isn't an easy task, even if you know what you're doing. You know, even assuming you have access to the hardware already. I'm sure there's a lot more to fix in it. But it's probably just an outrageous amount of volume of traffic You know, the servers are practically DDoSing themselves, is what it feels like. And so the slowdown and the throttling and the, you know, the not being able to display everything on the front end is simply the servers running in, like, almost running in safe mode so they don't fully crash. 1.3 mil on Alchemy, already made back about 850k. Cool. That's a win. That's a big win. That's exactly what you want. That's whilst that's not profit right now, that's already putting you in a great position. Because whatever you spent 1.3 mil on must have gone somewhere useful. So yeah, whatever you're doing to make that 850k already, keep going. Keep at it. I'm not convinced those are the right auctions. I'm going to go there. Go. You're doing that too fast. I haven't done anything. I haven't done anything, game. Right, well, let's assume that worked. That didn't work because there's... Oh, no, now they're gone. Now they're gone. Anything in the mailbox? Okay. I went down the middle one, fell into the trap of finesse instead of skill. You are never behind on herbalism or mining. I'd almost recommend, if you have the ability to do this, is take 3 different characters. People have got alts coming out their ears, I'm going to assume. I'm going to assume here that people have got level 70s that they're not doing anything with. Take one herbalist and miner, spec in one route. Take another herbalist and miner, spec in another route. And take a third herbalist and miner and spec in the third possible route. And then do an hour with each and see which one makes you more money. And then use the one that makes you more money. Use some of those alts to your advantage, because I'm pretty sure people have got plenty of them. That way you can't lose. We're going to need some more bolts before we do anything else, I reckon. How important is profession skill for prospecting and transmuting? Well, 2 very different markets there. Prospecting, they've changed a bunch of stuff with prospecting yesterday, I think. I've not done any prospecting or transmuting this expansion, so I can't give you definitive answers. But I tend to live by the theory that more is always better. Like, just go and get it. Go and do it. You want your professions at 100 skill anyway, so just do it. Get it done. You can't compete in endgame crafting markets without having your profession at 100 skill, so just do it. Even for something simple like prospecting. There's only one way to guarantee that it definitely works, and that's to get it done. Jewel crafting's not cheap to level up though, because you're probably going to have to use a blasphemite recipe to grind out like 30-40 points or something. I can't quite remember how many crafts I had to do on my jewel crafter to get it to skill 100, but the simple thing is just get it done. Because realistically, crafting's competitive, and crafting's going to be very competitive over the next couple of weeks as everybody does get their stuff skilled up. So your safe option is just to get it done, because then it's done. I know that sounds ridiculous, but if you don't do something and somebody does do something, there's a strong chance that the person that does it is going to get the advantage. So be the person that does it. I did some experimenting with prospecting, noticed that I get a lot less glittering glass. Already seeing the glass price spike. Yeah, they changed a bunch of the prospecting rates yesterday. So with the auction house also being pretty dead yesterday, it might have been difficult for people to get some materials to do any testing and to like reevaluate their prospecting rates and stuff. If I know anything about the slow auction house, yeah, I know it's slow. I'm in the same boat as you. I know it's slow. I certainly don't have any insider information. Snagged a binding of binding recipe, so that helped. That thing's That thing I don't think is as hot as a lot of people guessed it to be. A lot of people looked at it, and some people started calling it the new Lariat, which spiked people's interest in it. Which was a remarkably stupid thing for those people to do, because they had absolutely no validation for that statement whatsoever. Because Sims and BIS lists and all sorts of stuff hadn't come out yet. I'd be very cautious paying big for any recipes as of right now, until we do get more. Wowhead has started to put out like early priority lists. The guide writers over at Wowhead have started to say that, like, okay, this is what you might be looking at, but you know, Sims are still in progress. Tuning is still happening. This is the thing, right? Profession tuning, class tuning is still happening left, right, and center. So, what looks hot now might not actually be hot. This is why on a couple of my professions so far, I haven't spent any points in my spec trees for a few professions. Unless I'm 100% confident that this is the route I'm going to take with that profession, and I'm happy with it, I've not spent knowledge points. So it means that when we actually get to the point where we know for a fact what people want and what people don't want, I can choose to then tailor my knowledge points in that direction if I wish. It means I'm not able to really use those professions for all that much right now, but I've got plenty of professions that I mean, this, for example, right, is time consuming, but to my napkin maths, it at least works now, so. Any good ideas for TSM strings these days? Ignore TSM. Just full on ignore TSM at the moment. The auction house barely functions. Like, absolutely barely functions. TSM is not. TSM is going to be a time sink, and it isn't even going to do what you want it to do. Ignore TSM for now. TSM is really useful for later on in the expansion when you want to optimize everything. But we're at the mode where you just have to do stuff manually. And even doing it manually doesn't really work with the auction house right now. Don't waste time on trying to set up things like TSM just yet. Now only the Holy Priest Guide lists it and all the others warn people not to. Oh, are we talking about the Binding of Binding maybe? Binding of Binding might be a trap. It was on every healer's BIS list, but they changed it just before launch. The ring now only gives other people a buff, not yourself. Okay. Grabbed it for 250k, filled orders to like level 40 levels, about 100k in tips. So even if it isn't Lariat, at least you've got some worth out of it. Fair. As long as it's been useful to you. It's never a bad choice as long as you get something out of it. Is that an add-on that's telling you the cost and profit when crafting? Yeah, but I wouldn't trust it. I think this is Auctionator that's putting these here. I'm not trusting any add-on. I'm not putting any trust in any add-on right now, because none of them are going to tell you the right numbers. You got to do the maths yourself. You got to know what you buy your materials for. You got to know what it costs you to craft things, and so then you know what you can sell things at. You got to do the numbers yourself. No add-on is in a position to really help you very much at the moment. Craft Sim is the closest one that is of any use right now. Craft Sim is probably in a better position than some of the other add-ons out there to try and give you useful numbers, but I would still only use it for like validation of your own napkin maths, right? If you do the napkin maths first, if you figure out your numbers first to begin with, and then double check them with what Craft Sim sort of says, and if they're, you know, close, you know that it's kind of going on okay. I'm a big advocate for learning how to do everything manually first. Learn how to do it manually, then use an add-on to make that process easier and more repeatable. Don't start with add-ons, because if you start with add-ons, you've never learned how it actually works in the first place. And then when the add-on isn't available, or the add-on doesn't work, or the add-on is broken, it catches you out. My multicraft is definitely helping me though right now. There's no doubt that multicraft is probably where my profit lies right now. Like I said, I've only done rough napkin maths myself, but I kind of know if I buy cloth at this price and I craft it into bolts and I craft it into exquisite bolts and I sell the exquisite bolts at roughly this price, I'm good. I'm good. Are the finishing reagents worth considering? Really good question. If the item has a high ticket price, maybe, but we're talking like 4-figure crafting cost minimum before I'd even think about using a finishing reagent. As most finishing reagents themselves are far too expensive at the moment. The only finishing reagent that I've actually got some good use of so far is the, what do you call it? The engineering one, the Brilliance one. The one that gives you an increased chance to gain a skill point. That was really useful for like getting the last 10, 20 skill points in a lot of professions. That one helped me with keeping my, you know, expenditure of leveling down. Especially on things where you were crafting expensive things. Jewel crafting with its blasphemite cuts, with its meta gems, might be a good candidate for that, for example. How's my tailoring? 100 plus 40? Well, it's 100 from this bar, and the 40 is coming from my profession gear. Can you just keep one profession constant on a character while cycling through all of the other professions for your other profession to farm acuity each week? Yeah, that's basically how the shuffle functions at a core level, yeah. But of course, cycling through those professions is time consuming and very expensive, so you have to decide how much of it you want to do and how much of it's worthwhile to you. I'm going to be honest, most of the early advantage from doing any form of shuffling has kind of been and gone already. Most markets, or a lot of markets I should say, where a bunch of people have been able to get them to this stage where they can guarantee quality 3, you're already dealing with like single digit margins in some cases. An awful lot of that early advantage from the shuffles already gone. Because it's only a big advantage to you if you're one of the first people into that market, where the profit margins are ludicrous. But as soon as a few people have the ability to do it, and a few people have done it, that squishes the profit margins like super fast. And that's when you're probably not going to make the gold back that you have to spend to get in that position in the first place. It becomes a sunk, like a heavy sunk cost, with an even slimmer chance of making profit out the other end. Yeah, the race to the bottom is real, very much so, and it's in. This is what a lot of people don't understand. The people who are first to market, it's in their interest to push the prices down, because what they want to do is they want to make their costs back quickly, and as soon as they've made their costs back, it's in their interest to squish the market so that it doesn't let anybody else in. I mean, it would be lovely to have like huge, great big profit margins for days and days and days and days and days. But as soon as you've made your price, as soon as you've made your cost back, if it cost you 2 million gold to do the shuffle in the first day, and you made 4 million gold out the back of it from doing it, then it's in your interest to squish it down, because it will still cost people 2 million gold to do the same as what you did. But now there won't be the profit in it. So it will be much harder for those people to make their profit, make their costs back. And it will be, it basically puts up the brick wall to say, right, well, I claimed this market now. It's going to cost you a lot to get in on this market. And it's going to take you an awful long time, if you do try and get into this market, to actually make your costs back. So this is why I say, like, the shuffle was something that was only ever really going to be advantageous for those that knew what they were doing way before the expansion went live and capitalized on it in the first couple of days. There were still some areas where you could gain an advantage from it, but I think players are much best off now conserving their leveling costs as much as possible, rather than throwing money at it, assuming that there's like a big pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Because you could lose your ass that way very fast, I think, now. What am I missing? Moss wool threads. I need to buy like 10,000 of these. Considering it's a stupid vendor item, let's just buy a load of them. Right, let's get some more of these made. What about to do a shuffle for a flask alchemist? Not really. Shuffling for alchemy is not really a great idea. Because artisan's acuity isn't your bottleneck. Artisan's acuity is not your problem on an alchemist. Knowledge points are your problem on an alchemist. If you want to start being able to guarantee top quality flasks, you need somewhere in the region of, I believe, at the bare minimum 160 knowledge points before you can guarantee a flask at quality 3. These are numbers off the top of my head. They might not be totally accurate. But the point is you need a huge amount of knowledge points to guarantee something at top quality. Of which means that the time it's going to take you to do that, you don't have to emphasize and you don't have to race to getting your artisan's acuity farmed. And it also means that way more people will have naturally got the artisan's acuity they need to buy their tools and their knowledge points and stuff before 160-ish knowledge points is even achievable by an alchemist. The race is different, right? So your focus is very different. The shorter markets, the early markets, the ones that don't take many knowledge points, they were the ones that were hypercritical to push your artisan's acuity as fast as possible. Because if you could get the knowledge points relatively easily, but your bottleneck was the artisan's acuity, you had to do everything in your power to get as much of that as possible, as fast as possible. Because if you could go out and get the knowledge points in a day, then you need the highlight becomes the artisan acuity. Things like flasks and the super top end enchants are the other way round. You'll get the artisan security relatively easily, but even if you power forward and get all of your artisan security done in a day, it could still be 2, 3, 4 weeks before you've even got the knowledge points to utilize that. So there's really not any rush, unless you can do something on your way to that top tier flask or something that becomes useful. What's my main goal in WoW? Just to make gold? Pretty much. I love playing around and tinkering with all the professions. Now that there's a solid progression with them, it's really fun for me. Aha! A wild wife appears. Hi. Are you taking the dogs? Please hold, boys and girls. Please hold. Right, if we've got some stuff to sell here, let's go put some things on the auction now, shall we? Wait, you can guarantee exquisite bolts? Yep. Yep.
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
The auction house is a bit of a pain to deal with, though. Mostly because even when you search for an item, what it shows you in the list doesn't necessarily mean it's true. Is that going to post them? Yay, good. Debating with fake auctions. Yeah, you can't trust anything the auction house tells you right now. Literally nothing. You can't trust it as far as you can throw it. Let's make some more bolts. We're a bit short on bolts. Is there much to spend gold on at the moment other than professions? I mean, gearing your character, like that's kind of like the, you know, you have two categories of people. You have the goblins out there that are crafting and everything, but the only reason they can do what they do is because people out there are buying it. First Spark is available, so that's open season for a lot of players to start getting some crafted gear put together, and as soon as you make a piece of crafted gear, then you might want to enchant it, or you might want to gem it, or you might want to, you know, put a spell thread on it, whatever the case is. Can I enchant a profession tool? Yeah, there's two enchants for profession tools. One of resourcefulness and one of ingenuity. What have been my top 3 goal makers so far? Well, I haven't actually made a huge amount of gold so far. Everything I've done so far is mostly set up for making the gold. So I'm actually massively in the hole right now. I'm about 6-7 mil in the hole, I think. So I need to make a lot before I've actually made anything. At the moment, I'm tinkering with tailoring. I've also got blacksmithing to a point where I can make some gold with blacksmithing. I might go look at blacksmithing a little bit later. I'm honestly, because of the way the auction house works right now, probably going to spend about an hour doing some production of bolts, throw them up on the auction house, maybe go out and do something else for an hour, and then come back to this in an hour, 2 hours time, see what sold, see how much we sold it for, see if it's worth doing more of it. It's a lot of trial and error right now, but this is why you got to do the numbers yourself. Don't trust add-ons. Don't trust what the auction house tells you. Odd not to add a multicraft enchant as an option. Yeah, I don't know why they did that. I don't know why they only gave us ingenuity and resourcefulness, but it was the same in Dragonflight. Buying BOEs for disenchanting has been such a hassle. Oh, I mean, I wouldn't even bother trying. Buying single items like BOEs en masse is going to be painful right now. Most people who are doing disenchanting, I believe, are crafting items first. They're crafting the BOEs rather than actually buying them individually. After hearing you say 7 mil, I guess I'm better off with gathering professions. Gathering is always 0 risk. That's the advantage of it, right? 0 risk. Can I show which spec I went in for tailoring? Yeah, I went full into unraveling, which required me putting points in quality fabric as well. And then to optimize my ability to do that a little bit more, I've put points into less is more, which is the multicraft boosting side of the profession. Now that doesn't benefit me when I'm unraveling. I would preferably want more resourcefulness when I was doing unraveling, but the multicraft kicks in and has quite a big effect for when I turn it into the bolts, or when I turn it into the exquisite weaver cloth bolts, for example. I thought going multi-crafting from that direction was probably more worthwhile than trying to go the resourcefulness route. It's meant that my profession tool, I went multi-craft on my tool. Obviously I didn't have a multi-craft enchant, but a resourcefulness enchant on the tool is also helping a little bit. None of these are top quality yet either, by the way. I've even cheaped out. I only went for the tier 2 resourcefulness enchant, so I've still got work to do. This isn't by any means like fully maxed out, but it's as good as I've been able to get it so far. I need some more knowledge points though. I'm lacking in knowledge point department now. There's a few recipes I still need. I need to get a few more of the PvP recipes. I'm actually, in a weird way, really close to being able to guarantee quality 5 on the PvP gear. I'm kind of wondering, I think I'm like 4 points away, which is madness. I can make quality 4 really quite cheaply, so I'm kind of thinking about crafting a bunch of these just as a supplementary income. But I'm also pretty close, without even heavily speccing into the gear, I'm pretty close to making the PvP gear at quality 5 as well. Oh, do you see those multi-crafts? A 6 and a 5 gets in my belly. That is outrageous. That is filthy multi-craft. That doesn't happen very frequently. Yeah, these things, if I'm using top quality materials in here, I'm like, what is it, 4 points away from being able to guarantee top quality. Now, I've got no experience whatsoever trying to craft and sell this PvP gear, or if anybody cares about it at all. PvP gear you don't need at quality 5 because it's always max item level in PvP, so there's no money in it. I'm sure there's probably not huge money in it, no. This is why I'm not worried about it too much. I'm slowly buying some of the recipes, mostly for their first time craft bonuses, and I'll probably craft 5 of each and just throw them up in the auction house and see what happens. That's kind of my theory with these. But I still have a few more recipes. I have a few more first time craft bonuses because I need more knowledge points. I need more knowledge points. There's part of me that wants to put some points into from dawn until dusk as well. Because this is going to give me skill when crafting with either Dawnweave or Duskweave. Now, I don't make those 2 materials myself, but there are some recipes that do. Dawn Thread Lining, for example, is a good one that uses Dawnweave bolts. My next adventure might be to try and get these to near guaranteed. I don't even know. I don't know where my next move is. I can either continue to optimize what I've currently got, or I can try and zigzag into something else. I'm not really sure. Sell a few of the cloaks for 40k on one realm, 4k's on others. Yeah, I imagine it's very different. Maybe I should go get a couple of these competitors' heraldry things and maybe make a few of these just to see what's up with them. I'm not convinced there's any money in these at all, but what are we looking at here? 2 exquisite weaver cloth bolts, so that's like 500-ish gold a piece. 600 gold a piece maybe. 600 gold a piece for those. 1,200 gold. Plus whatever these things cost. This feels a lot like flipping. These feel like, what do you call it? Like Shadowlands all over again. Where you could make 20 different variations of these. If you throw one of these on it, does it still come out bind on equip? I don't even know. I don't even know. If you're only making it at quality 4 anyway, I don't know. Guaranteed quality 4. First craft bonus. I ran out of these heraldry things already. Didn't have many to begin with. I can use some Q2 bolt. Now, what is that one? Why is that one different? Why could I make the cloak at Q4 with just Q2 bolts, but I can't make the treads? It's weird. I'm 2 points short on the... Weird. I don't know. The money in the PvP gear is when you get patron orders for them. Well, that's true, actually. Yeah, I'm probably likely to get patron orders, which will help. What did this come out as? At 554? Wouldn't you want to let the buyer choose their embellishment after they purchase it? Well, after you've purchased it, oh, there's literally none of these available at 554. What did it roll with? Verse Mastery, I don't know. Once you've crafted it as a BOE, you'd have to get it recrafted to add the embellishment on it. So this is why I'm not particularly convinced there's much of a market for this stuff anyway. I'm not even sure.
My thanks for your patronage. I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
Unless Blizzard makes it so you can't disenchant the Dark Moon decks, it seems like the crystals will always be cheap. Unless, of course, they change the drop rate on the decks. But I'm also suspecting that the price of those decks will, and in turn the price of the crystals and stuff will go up. Because everybody's only been disenchanting them right now because they can't sell the decks. But that's because nobody's got their characters level, nobody's trying to gear. Scribes are probably buying those decks en masse to turn them into sigils. But that market hasn't really switched on yet. That makes me kind of feel that it's still very early days on that. The deck embellishment's looking really good. Well, yeah, see, this is the thing, right? I'm not convinced that the market's even started on those. So I think the aggressive farming in the first couple of weeks is going to drive the price of those down aggressively, along with the price of crystals. But then as soon as everybody stops farming and everybody starts actually buying the sigils, there's a strong chance that the... well, it depends, you know, it depends very much just how popular they do become and how many of them have been farmed, you know. It's entirely possible that even when demand kicks on, that there will be plenty of them already, so you never really know. It's always a bit of a guess. It's always a bit of a guess. Most things in this game are a bit of a guess, especially when you haven't got an auction house that's going to tell you anything. You've got very little data to go by other than your own crafts and your own sales. I've only been selling maybe 3 decks a day, mostly the Radiance one. Not a whole lot of profit, but it's helping me get enough for materials to level my professions. If you can get some in for them, fair play. Do you think about making a scribe to spec into mass-producing inks would be worth my time? I'll be honest with you, if you haven't already done that, probably no. That's a market that people have been able to get into very quickly and have probably already capitalized on it very heavily. I would assume. My scribe went into milling to begin with, and I very quickly noticed that there was people that had already capitalized on the inks. It might cost you a lot to get to the point where you can mass produce inks at good quality, and you might not make that money back anymore, or it might take you a long time. A really good little easy one for scribes is going to be the knowledge point books. Very quick and easy to level. Pretty much guaranteed gold every day. Even if it's just public orders. You know, your public order every day. Pick your top knowledge point book option. Harvest resourcefulness procs on them to get some free inks to then go and sell. I was first to market with the inks. There's very thin margins now on NA at least. Yeah, it was a quick one to get into. It was one that people could dominate within the first couple of days. A lot of the sort of shuffling and processing type ones have been very quick to get into. Some of the more end game markets, like top tier enchants, top tier gems, top tier potions and flasks, are still sort of open for play with. Disenchanting, I've seen a lot of people talk about disenchanting though. Disenchanting seems to be doing quite well for people, just because of the ridiculous demand on things like dust right now. Is the auction house still bad? It's terrible. It basically doesn't work. For all intensive purposes, the auction house just doesn't work right now. You can you can guess. Buying stuff is very difficult. Selling stuff is very difficult. You just have to wrestle with it, or just ignore it for a few days until it's back working properly. Yeah, I believe it's Auctionator that's probably showing crafting costs and things in here, but I wouldn't trust it. Like, I genuinely wouldn't trust it. Do all of the maths yourself. You need to know your own numbers. Don't trust add-ons to tell you what your crafting costs and things are. You can start relying on add-ons a little bit later when everything's a little bit more stable. In the early days, you just got to do the maths yourself. Crafting is all about maths. If you enjoy the crafting professions, you kind of need to be at least reasonable at the maths. If you're not very good at maths, gathering is for you, because it's I don't want to use the word idiot proof, but it's pretty much that. Well, the auction house is just broken due to the pure amount of traffic on it. You can't point your fingers at any single individual. The auction house is in essence being DDoSed by the amount of people trying to use it. You trying to use the auction house is just as bad as anybody else trying to use the auction house. It's the same for all of us. I'm actually kind of glad the auction house is like this. I could not compete with god tier TSM users. People who are good with add-ons, you have to remember, it's not the add-on that makes them good. The add-on isn't what makes them good. Just because you can use an add-on really well isn't going to make a blind bit of difference if you don't know how to put that add-on to work. Alright? Add-ons are your toolbox. If you don't know how to use the tools, you're still going to be at a loss. This is why so many people turn to add-ons to prevent, so that they don't have to do the hard work first. Which is a terrible, terrible way to use add-ons. If you're putting blind trust in an add-on when it tells you prices and when it tells you crafting costs and when it suggests what you should sell things for, you're likely to go wrong quite quickly. If Wowhead comments at anything to go by, everything is TSM's fault. It's also to blame for them not making any gold or generally anything that they don't like. TSM gets such a shitty end of the stick from a lot of the community. But then again, weak auras gets the same, right? Weak auras gets the same from people who are salty about the fact that they can't kill mythic bosses. They assume that people who are fully geared, mythic geared, they've just got weak auras playing the game for them. It's like, no. No. The add-on showing the crafting cost is fine as long as you do the search just as you're about to craft. Now, the Auctionator doesn't take into consideration things like resourcefulness or multicraft. This number is just objectively wrong. I use this as nothing more than a guideline, a rough guideline to, at a glance, know is something going to cost you 200 gold or is it going to cost you 2,000 gold. But do not base any of your decisions on numbers like this. No, but it feeds Craft Sim. Yeah, but I wouldn't trust Craft Sim either. This is my point, right? I wouldn't trust any of these add-ons at the moment because none of their numbers are going to be particularly accurate. You absolutely want to do the maths yourself. I think being good in Excel is 10 times better than being good in TSM. Excel can do business for you. It definitely can. Any suggestions for getting fast honor to buy the recipes? Be good at PvP. Be good at PvP. I'm gonna look at buying a bunch of the recipes probably for tailoring in a little bit. I'd recommend realm hopping to get them. Your realm may not necessarily have fantastic prices on some of the PvP gear, PvP recipes, but you can definitely shop around a little bit, create a character on another realm, take some gold out your war bank, buy that recipe, put the recipe in the war bank, pick it up again on the character that needs it. We are no longer restricted purely by the price of items on our servers anymore. Comp Stomp is out right now, so I feel it's free wins. Some people are saying that Comp Stomp was horrendously balanced in terms of the fact that all of the NPC opponents were like fully geared and were actually stomping you. So I don't think Comp Stomp is quite the stomp that many are used to, but I've not tried it myself. It's harder than normal, but I've still not lost a game yet. Alright, well that's maybe at least an advantage. You might lose in a 1v1, but it's still pretty hard to lose overall. It's a free win, but not winning in 5 minutes. Oh, okay. Maybe not bad way then, for people to get some honor. What's it, 7,500 honor per recipe, I think. I'm going to be honest, I'd still pay 10k per recipe to not have to do that, but... Right, do we think we've got enough bolts here yet? Where are our bolts? 400 or so. I'm running a little bit low on storm dust by the looks of things. I need twice as many bolts as I do storm dust. I've actually already got enough to make all of these. Let's just make a bunch of these then. I've not heard many auction house ding ding dings recently. That either means I've sold everything or I've been undercut on everything. But we will never find out because the auction house doesn't work. We will never find out. You posted at 5:48. It's now down to 5:20. Okay. You'll find out when you get your 1,000 bolts back in the mail. Yeah, probably. I'll probably craft a bunch of these, get a bunch of these listed, and then do something else for an hour to let some sales happen. I'm I'm already doing potion sales on the auction house, but need to get another profession. Do you think tailoring is good for it? Any profession is good if you put effort into it at the moment. Every single profession is good if you can push. I'm surprised you don't use the craft sim add-on. It's got loads of useful information in it. I do use craft sim. I just don't need it. I don't need it. I've done the maths. I know what my prices are. Planning on dumping 1k of each herb of each quality when Mythic Week kicks in. The peak of potion selling is always sky high. I mean, 1,000 herbs won't get you nowhere. But of course, if you've gone out and farmed them, you'll at least make a sizable amount, I reckon. Right, let's put another 100 on the auction house. Let's I might try and find some more recipes. Do some realm hopping. Give some of these a bit of a chance to sell.
I have an extended
Might look at doing some
for outlanders.
bit of blacksmithing. Mix it up some. Yeah, because this list is totally not useful at all. Totally not useful. No idea what's going on in here. Okay, yeah, people are crashing the price on these now. I don't need to compete at that silly prices. That's outrageous. That's outrageous. People are going to be giving them away at that point.
My directive.
Right, so what recipes do I need? Let's have a little bit of a look at what I'm missing. Missing a bunch of the PvP ones, okay. Let's have a little peruse around.
I have calibrated
If I
my
go
prices to be reasonable.
recipes, tailoring, current expansion, uncollected. Just a glimpse of how all markets will be in a month. Guaranteed everything's so bad. Well, you got to remember that guaranteed everything also requires top quality materials. You can't guarantee top quality items without top quality materials, and that includes intermediates. There's basically going to be two prices for everything. There's going to be the price of guaranteeing it and mass producing it, and then there's going to be the price of taking those, potentially taking some slightly lower grade materials and throwing concentration at it. So there'll basically be two prices for everything, and what you'll want to, you'll hope that the prices are good for you, but there'll be a mass-produced price, and there'll be a very, very limited supply but cheaper price. Right, let's search for one of these, and let's see where I can go and get it. Where can I go and get one of these on the cheap? I have never heard of that realm before in my life. Okay.
My thanks for your...
Okay. Oh, I've already got a character on Silver Moon. Alright. Make a Volpera, because they basically already start in Orgrimmar. Why is the PvP crafted gear good? I have no idea. I don't even know if it is. I'm mostly trying to get the recipes for cheap, just so I can craft them for their knowledge points. First time craft bonuses. I might craft a few, list a few, try and sell a few, but I'm not expecting incredible things. I'm also probably not very competitive on price with my tailor, so. Alright, let's go get some Wonga. Some cash monies.
I've seen you around here before. Catch you on the flip side.
Is the auction house not working properly? Oh no, it's busted. It's very broken.
You break it, you buy it.
I mean, it takes 10 seconds for the auction house to
I
even come
know a
up there.
buyer when I see one.
Oh dear. Recipes, tailoring, current expansion. There we go. Oh Lord. Thinking about it, thinking about it, thinking about it. Hey, actually bought it. Actually bought it. Thinking about it. No, wasn't found. Game's been out nearly 20 years. They still can't load balance the auction house. I know, it's crazy, right? I don't see. There's part of me that obviously has to hand out some sympathy to the engineers that are responsible for keeping the servers up and running, because the fact that they're at least
Let's make sweet,
working
sweet profit together.
is great, but but what I would also state is that they have more experience with this than practically any other company out there, and so I don't really understand how they don't expect this to happen every time. Why do they not learn from what has ever happened before? Why don't they ever decide that, right, we're about to launch an expansion, how about we ramp up our servers to 11 because we know that they're going to get absolutely slammed? How do they not do whatever changes that they're trying to do now to make it work? Why didn't they do all of that before the expansion went live so that it just worked? Then you wouldn't have you know, why do you not see what's coming? I don't know. It's cheaper this way. It's probably not. I don't imagine paying I don't expect paying server technicians overtime prices at the weekend is the cheaper solution. I'm pretty sure that's not the cheaper solution. Oh, yeah, it's not in there, is it? It's in the,
My directive is to serve you. My directive has been fulfilled.
Okay, I need some of those, whatchamacallits.
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
I need... Which one did I just get? This one, probably? First craft. No. Just search for these things. No results found. I'll try again. You are assuming that they are working on the weekends. Wow. That is also true. It takes 4 to make a single piece. Let's say we want to make 10 pieces. Are they actually 54 gold a piece? Wow, they're actually cheaper. Is it going to buy them though? It actually did.
Return and peruse my inventory.
Currently shuffling on 2 characters. What do you think about getting double inscription, 1 for milling and 1 for inks, so I can go resourcefulness and multicraft as fast as possible? You do what you wish. Do what you wish. I already think those markets are probably very, very competitive already because they're easy to get into ones. But if you can make it work, give it a go. Wait, how's that possible? Oh, whatever. Okay. Some of them will come out at different qualities. I don't know. If we can sell a couple of these, it will cover the cost of the recipe. So I'm absolutely fine.
My directive is to serve you.
And if they don't sell, well, we'll disenchant them. It's not the end of the world. It's the way of the world these days. A friend's son's work sent him on a flight across the world to repair a machine that took him 20 minutes to fix and then fly him back home. How can that even be profitable? I mean, yeah, at that point it's probably not. Unless that machine is responsible to a company of producing, you know, helping them produce $20,000 a day in revenue, then maybe it's worth doing. What are these? 54. Well, let's price them at 7,500. In the middle, right? In the middle. How is the auction house's performance in any way, shape, or form respectable from a AAA dev? It's been days on a new $60 product release. I mean, it's arguably not. Like I said, I got to give them some sympathy in terms of the fact that it's probably not easy to maintain. But I also agree with you that, in light of the fact they are, a multi-dollar company, that surely they should invest in their product. If you're going to have an always online MMO service, you should consider investing in that quite heavily to make sure it works satisfactorily, right? I don't know. There's none at 551s. 551s, though, are bigger than 548. So we'll do the same again. We'll go in the middle. Realistically, I only need to sell like one, maybe two of those, and I've covered the cost of the recipe, so... one thing I should also maybe check is, do I have any patron orders for the crafted PvP gear? And if I do, I should maybe prioritize those recipes. I'm not sure. Oh, I do. Tunics and bands. Are they ones I've got already? Neither of those I have already. Okay. Are they an acceptable price here?
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
Okay. Not really enthusiastic about the prices on either of these. Maybe let's okay, we have options. No, we don't. We have one option.
My thanks for your patronage.
How screwed are people that relied on concentration crafts with alts instead of shuffling? Oh, not at all. Based upon the fact that it's probably cost them next to nothing to get to the point where they can use concentration, and they're able to generate a small amount of gold each and every day. Every time they use their concentration, they're not screwed at all. They've invested less, they've risked less.
No matter
But they
the
still
adversity,
have a way
we
of
do what it
generating
takes to
gold, so
survive
they're
and
absolutely
keep our
good.
family strong.
Risk less, yes. Gain less, probably yes. But for as long as that market still stays profitable, they're good. They're good.
What's the word on the street? Be careful out there.
I imagine it's all about implementation and infrastructure. Is the auction house a per server cluster instance, or is it instance of its own? Perhaps the company of Azure servers is hesitant to invest in legacy Blizzard servers. Perhaps there's a migration in WoW. I mean, who knows? Honestly, who knows? I don't profess to know really anything about this. other than
Cha-ching!
I find it difficult to believe in this day and age they can't get it sorted.
Yeah, what do you want?
I know you can't throw money at all problems to make them go away, but there are clear examples of systems that work in a very similar fashion to the auction house out there that don't crash and burn every time 10 people try and use it. Especially when you know that traffic is coming. It's no surprise that, oh, you know, we're going to launch an expansion. Maybe there'll be a lot of traffic on the auction house. Who would have thought it, right? Who would have thought it? This is why I can give them some sympathy, but not that much. Huh, okay. Huh, okay. These ghost auctions, man. Wow, not even the 10k ones are there. Great. Okay, well that screws up that plan then.
That's it. I got mouths to feed, pal.
I mean, at this point, it would be cheaper to do the PvP. Holy Christ.
Well, spit it out. Keep your ear to the ground.
Right, where else am I going? There is no way those are there. There's no way those are there. Oh no, hang on. Back. Realms. Okay. Where's that one then? Some random ass Spanish realm. Okay, dokie. Hey, if it saves us a bit of gold on the cost of the recipes, this is all worth. There's often problems that interact with other problems that make fixing a small bug difficult. You also you can simulate heavy load, but until people are on it, you never really know. Yeah. Like I said, I can extend some sympathy, but it's not a lot, honestly. Like I said, not only would they fully be able to have predicted the amount of traffic that's coming their way.
And keep our family strong.
Secondly, they're not a brand new game developer. This isn't the first time this has happened. Even if they didn't predict it very well, they should have full well known that there is an absolute monstrous amount of traffic about to turn up. It's not really that hard to have seen, and they've got historical data to back that up on, so I don't know. I was really the main thing I'm disappointed about is the fact that they took the auction house down for 12 hours and they brought it back up and it basically hadn't changed. Almost as if they tried to fix something. It took them 12 hours to try fixing something and it didn't work, and they were like, right, we got to switch it on before everybody goes home for the weekend.
I ain't got it. You don't want it.
Which is just odd.
Can I lighten that coin purse up?
The problem with your viewpoint, Manthe, is logic. Well, yeah, maybe. Maybe. The logical thing is not necessarily always the done thing. Yep, of course it isn't there.
Can I use
Of course it isn't there. Okay, I'm almost at the point where I'm not going to bother trying to fish for these recipes even. Because the amount of bait listings. I understand that, you know, third-party websites might be up to an hour out of date. But the ghost listings are making it even more difficult to find.
Don't be a stranger.
Right, we might have to do some pissing farming, boys and girls. We might have to be useful. We might have to go do something that doesn't rely on the auction house still. Can you believe it? Maybe let's have a... Hang on. Let me just see if I can buy those on my home realm. I'll pay a little bit of a premium for them if I can get some work orders out of them. The opportunity to make gold, at least in the future. I got the tunic for you, the recipe. Come pick it up. Alliance Ravencrest. Alliance Ravencrest. Alliance, you say? I've not made one of them for a while. Who's the easiest Alliance character to get somewhere fast? Where did Coltiran start? I don't know. Mechanomes can easily and quickly get into Stormwind, can't they? King Many, what an entrance. Welcome in. Well, Void Elves click portal spawned by the Dwarven auction house. Mechanomes turn up in Stormwind almost instantly.
Meet me in Stormwind, where I shall present the Aspect's invitation.
Okay. There's like something's going on here. Which one of these is the portal? Aha, we're here, okay.
Hello. See you around.
My map's clearly broken. Aha. Aha. There we go. Tunic. Nice. Nice one. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
Good day to you. See you later.
Oh yeah, you can fly at level 10. Oh, I haven't even got used to that. Jesus. That's outrageous. Flying at level 10. I still remember, back in my day, I remember being on foot till 40. Outrageous. Would have been free, but thanks. No, you see, I don't like taking freebies. I don't like taking freebies. If somebody's going to do a nice thing, I'm going to at least tip you. In the Dark Age, I remember feeding my hunter pets. Yeah. Wow, we all played Season of Discovery, I suppose.
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
Right, here's the tunic then. We can both get a first time craft bonus and probably get a patron order out of this, so it should be 10k well worth it, easy peasy. There's actually 2 for the tunic. Oh, an augment rune. Stinky augment rune. Well, you're not an augment rune. You're not an augment rune. You want it at Q4? We can do Q4. 2 knowledge points, sure. I need some weaver cloth bolts. Have I got any basic mats just for comparison purpose? Maybe I can use the Q. Oh, I need 6 of them. 6 of them? Okay, if you want it at Q4, I'm going to have to use the higher quality ones, aren't I? Unless I want to throw some concentration at it. Do I want an entire day's worth of concentration on this? Do I want to spend an entire day's worth of concentration on getting 2 knowledge points? When I can throw gold at the problem instead. We'll throw gold at the problem instead. We get 2 knowledge points from here. A first time craft knowledge point as well. So it's a double win. What's the second order? Oh yeah, this was an augment rune. I couldn't care less. Bands? Oh, you're also an augment rune. Oh, well, I don't care about either of those then. Augment rune, acuity, and a knowledge point. Dawnweave reagent bag. From dawn until dusk. From dawn until dusk. There's part of me that's wanted to put points in that for a while. Not decided. Wish I could throw gold at the problem. Well, you're 10k better off now. I think I need 15 knowledge points before I can get any further in here. Is it 15? 5, 10, 15, and I'm on 11. $15 just to unlock the ability to then spend 30 more. Not enough knowledge points. Not enough knowledge points. I need 400 artisan security. I'm on 105. Or I mean, technically renown 12 with council is possible, but probably not because I haven't done anywhere near enough of the world content. But I've got a lot of renown that's outstanding that I, in theory, if I finish lore mastering the zone, if I finish the campaign stuff, if I do all of the rares, if I spend a shitload of time, I can get this probably close to 12. The only thing is I didn't do much of it before the reset. So it might still not play out in my favour. But if I can get renown 12, that's an extra 10 knowledge points. 11, 10, 10, 13. That's pretty good, you know. I just know I'm massively behind because I've not put hardly any focus. I leveled a couple of characters and then went straight into professions and have not touched the Outer World stuff mostly. Alright, I need to decide what I'm doing next. I'm going to take a quick break for 2 minutes, boys and girls. I'm going to hit the bathroom quickly, and I'll be back in 2.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together. Mikio, thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate it. Welcome in. $12, $12, $14 on the rep. 20 fully shuffled characters with maxed out profession tools, maxed specific spec tree paths. And what for? A non-working auction house. Can't sell shit, can't cancel auctions. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah, that'll let's hope it pays off soon. Yeah, I mean, getting the renown is something that I kind of just should do, but at the same time, I can't be bothered. I think if you'd killed a lot of the rares last week, you could be pretty good with the renown. I just didn't kill all the rares. A full sweep of the rares, I think, is worth a renown or even two. Like, you can get a load of rep from them. Those 3 bonus shimmering dust are because in early access they accidentally turned on the weekly for enchanting and then they turned it off again. And what they said they'd do is they'd give people 3 bonus knowledge points via disenchanting this week for those that didn't do the quest last week, to make sure that nobody wins, nobody loses. It isn't a normal thing. It won't happen again next week, or it probably shouldn't do, even though it probably will. How's the interaction with the renown rewards when finishing the renown, e.g. 12? Having the profession for that renown gift on character 2? Yeah, you still need the you need the renown to be able to buy the book, but it's 10 knowledge points, so it should give you 50 back as well. Right, that's a bunch of... We've got lots of thread, we've got lots of spools. Let's get some basic bolts made. I've got 11, 11, 13, 13. Haven't turned in the rep weekly yet, nor done the Bountiful Delves for rep, so should get the rep this week. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you've kept up to speed with the world content that the renown should be possible this week. I just haven't got around to it yet. Honestly, with the auction house being flipping terrible right now, I'm tempted to go and do some of that stuff. Just so that, well, just because it's almost a good time to do it. I'm trying to do everything in my power to avoid farming. If there's something I can do that will benefit my crafting professions, I will do that over farming any day of the week. That said, I do need some income. I need some income to balance out these outgoings. Only 1.5k off with Dornogal, haven't really focused on it much. Got it while shuffling professions. Yeah, I'm just missing a lot of the warm content. It's also Labor Day in the US on Monday, so nobody's going to be working on the auction house until at least Tuesday. That's also maybe an issue. Oh, a 6 multicraft. Go on. I love me a 6 multicraft. You looked into the profession bags at all? I am very aware of them. The fact that they cost artisan security and a shitload of cash to go and get, though, I'm not bothered about them. Not until I've at least spent artisan security in all other places first. It's very low on my priority list. Most of the bags aren't really that great anyway. I picked up the tailoring bag because it's the one that doesn't require artisan security to make it, and I could make it myself, increasing the unraveling by 1. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's actually about a 10% boost to your unraveling, so it's definitely worth having. The question is now, do I make a bunch of these bolts into... Do I convert a bunch of these bolts into the exquisites, or do I just look at selling some of the bolts, maybe? What's the price of the bolts going for right now? I don't know. I'm spending too much time on tailoring today. I'm at serious risk of crashing the markets with tailoring, because all of you lot will watch me do it and then go do it yourself.
My directive is to serve you.
Firstly, what's the price of weaver cloth bolts at Q3? $50 a piece? Holy shit. They're basically free. Are they actually there, though? What's the actual price if you try and buy them? 49 gold a piece? Kid hell. They are literally free. I'm pretty convinced you can't even make them for that. I'm quite sure that's a farmed it so it's free situation. What's regular ass weaver cloth selling for? Regular weaver cloth is... Yeah, you can't even produce weaver cloth bolts at quality 3 for that price right now. That's mental sauce. The cloth is, even the cloth at Q3 is significantly more expensive than the bolts. People are clearly farming these like wild. If you try buy 1,000 of them, are they there? 1,000 of them are there. Or if you try and buy 10,000 of them, oh, it's not going to even let me simulate that because I haven't got the gold. Or if you buy 5,000 of them. Wow. There's a lot of them. Sub 50 gold. Sheesh. Sheesh. Two by four farmers be like, yeah, they're flogging the bolts at Q3 cheaper than they can be manufactured. That's pretty crazy. Well, what that will mean is that it'll push the price of weaver cloth at quality 3 down as well. What's happening with exquisites right now? Nothing, apparently. Trying to do anything with this auction house is like pulling teeth. $571 is what it claims, but what are they actually? $545. Yeah, that's still not great. That's still not great. Okay, people are literally giving that shit away. That's a sign to go do something else for a while. Let's go look at something else for a while. Do I... God, I'm dangerously close to actually going out and doing farming, you know. I'm tempted to make Nerf Frogs my farming character, you know. Bit of herbalism, bit of mining. I don't want to do the fishing, Derby. I don't want to do fishing. I can't find any fun in doing fishing. Dairy Leah is my druid that had herbalism and mining back in Dragonflight. But I hate playing druids. I despise playing druids. So even though it's not super efficient... Actually... You know what we do here? We don't do farming on our main account. That's actually mental. We don't do farming on the main account. That's silly business. We want to do our farming on our second account. That way our first account can be doing some processing of something. We do not want our farming character on our main account. That's crazy talk. We can have one of these fellas. Lazy Cash. Do we think Lazy Cash could be our... Yeah, let's make Lazy Cash our farmer, shall we? Boom. Get promoted, yo. Herbalism mining. I want to scream, this item not found, so infuriating. Yeah, there's so many ghost auctions right now, it's borderline impossible to use the auction house. How is it possible that I have my blue tools already? It's not actually that difficult to get a full set of blue tools now. It's not that difficult. Even with just 2 fixed professions, I'm pretty sure you can nearly be there by now, if you're keeping on top of your work orders and stuff. You just need to farm as much artisan security as you can. Patron orders are your path to success with that. Keep up to date with your patron orders and you should be good. Right. Oh, hang on. I'm not going to have key bindings, or I'm not going to have anything for this, am I? Let's get this character set up real quick. We're going to want auto loot on. Action bars, we're going to want a few of those. We're going to want... change the UI. What else are we going to want and need? We're going to need to fix our keybinds. We're just going to assume that that's... Yeah, we'll just go with whatever that is. Right. You go there. Turtle goes there. That goes there. That can go there. Cobra shot. Multi-shot. That's that one. You go down here. Actually, our bars are still wrong. What's going on here? The hell's going on here? Corpse party. Wait. What's this doing over here? Which one's that? Is that 5? What's 5 doing over there? 5, you're not meant to be over there. You are meant to be... Number of columns. Horizontal. You're meant to be down here. You're meant to be at like 80% size or something? Probably. 80% size looks good. Okay. Explosive shot is 4. Misdirection is one of these. I can never remember which. Revive is there. Mend is there. That means disengage is up here somewhere. None of this I care about. Call of the Wild is shift 4. That means survival is up here somewhere. We'll put freezing trap out the way. Trank shot is shift E. Cheaters, that one. Feign death is F. Bestial wrath is shift 3. Is that everything? No, you're wrong. Why don't I have a 5 button? 5 is barrage. Why do I not have a 5 button? I need to bring my spec build in here, don't I? Right, we'll do that in a minute. Telomere, how we doing? Welcome in. Good morning to you. Yeah, I know there's an add-on called My Slot. I'm already past the point where it makes sense to use it. I've already set up most of my alts already. It's a pain seeing you do the same for all of your hunters. Well, the thing is I've kind of done it all now. I might still very occasionally need to do it once or twice more, but I'm not going to start pissing about with add-ons. Right. Oh, that's what I don't have. Can I fix the auction house, please? I wish. I wish. I'm about to go do some farming. I'm that pissed off with the auction house. Sky Golem. Do I need or want to do anything particularly fancy on this toon? Do I want basic herbalism and mining gathering tools before we go out doing anything? Or should I simulate being entirely self-sufficient on this character? Wow, I don't actually have the 80 gold. There we go. There's that problem fixed. I wonder if this character could be a little bit of a test, you know? A little bit of a test of being entirely self-sufficient. Let's imagine that this is our only character on the account. We'll pay for our own tools using our own efforts. So I have 2,000 gold because it's a brand new free character. I could probably load up Tama's Weak Aura. Hang on, let's check what our add-on setup is. Unlikely to need craft sim if we're doing herbing and mining. Details, I suppose we'll turn it on, why not? I don't know if all of these are really needed, but we'll turn them on. I hate farm HUD. Does Gathermate work yet? I guess there's only one way to find out, right? Roots might be handy to have a play with if we're going to do some herbing and mining. Maybe, possibly. Syndicator's always handy. There's no reason to buy the 80 gold herbal mining skill. Learn the 90 copper one and herbal mine something, then you get it for free. Wow, big boy savings there. I like that. I like that. Classic. IS Boxer, good times. Is IS Boxer still on my list? That's funny. Oh, it is, look. Bit of Tom, bit of Trade School Master. Weak Auras. Can't not have Zygor, really. Now, I have a sneaky feeling that's turned a bunch of stuff on by pressing that. Wago Analytics? Fuck off. Wago App Companion. Do I need that for weak auras? I probably do, don't I? Let's put Auctionator on as well. That will probably do us. Oh my god, buttons, all the buttons. Let's put you down here. Put you up here. Are we nearly set up then? Let's put our herbalism journal, mining journal, and then we'll have our 2 overloads up here as well when we get them. If we're going to fly around and do stuff, we should probably take fishing as well, actually. Just so then if we spot a treasure fishing node, we can loot it. No reason not to, I suppose. Give me an angler's guide. Give me a fishing rod. Requires fishing 10. Can I not even use a strong fishing pole yet? Oh, that's quite funny. Hang on, please hold. Okay. Yeah, if I'm going to go self-sufficient, the gold we make by doing herbing and mining will pay for all of our stuff. That's how I'm going to play this, I think. Hang on. This bar's not usually up here anymore. I've moved this. I've changed my interface. How's this all wrong all of a sudden? Alright, whatever. Just suddenly realised things are not in the right place. Now I can't grab those and move those. Alright, whatever. I'll have to do. Right. Okay. I think we're ready. I think we're ready to actually go, for the first time this expansion, do some herbing and mining. Oh my god, I feel so ill. Yeah, the auction house is totally busted. This is what the auction house has done to me. I just want to point out. This is what the auction house has done to me. It's pushed me to farming. Would you believe it? Apparently I don't have auto loot on either. Oh no, I do have auto loot on. Okay. Oh, Gathermate does look as if it does stuff now. Nice. Do the trackers work yet? Do these work yet? Maybe this is what I should do, actually. We should probably fly around and pick up the treasures first. That's probably not a bad idea. Let's move this up here. That'd be a good indication of what I need to do on this dude. I might import that one actually, as I prefer that over Tamers. I prefer that over this section at least anyway. Oh, can you click on these now? Oh, that's been newly added. Oh, now I don't know which one I prefer. Okay. In that scenario, it doesn't matter, does it? Okay, turn you off for a minute. If I can make these go big and make these go small, that's good enough for me. These sections could do with moving. Why do these not show... Why do these now not show that at the first time pick up any bits anymore? Hide nodes without artisan security. No. Is that now going to show... No, why isn't that showing the first time track ones? Like I think it should. Is this where I just use... Hang on. Sorry, I'll figure this out in a minute. I'm tinkering as I go along here. Knowledge point tracking. Enable profession knowledge point tracking. It's meant to already be on. I don't know how this bit works. What I wanted it to be doing is tracking my knowledge point gains from finding things for the first time, which was kind of the point of the tracker in the first place. Just because it doesn't give you artisan security, I still want to know which ones I found and which ones I haven't. I don't know. We'll figure it out. First petal. Do I go get the treasures first? It's probably not a bad idea to go get the treasures first, actually, isn't it? Thinking about it. Did a lot of snuffling before it was nerfed and leveled. All my profession skill with those bags was really nice, saving a lot of money as a starter. Yeah, I don't know why they felt the need to hotfix those. Because you have to put time and effort in, and by putting time and effort in, you get materials out. It's not like you're making raw gold or anything. I'm not sure why they felt the need to nerf those, really. They will naturally get nerfed over time as... they'll get naturally nerfed by the fact the materials will get cheaper. It feels really weird to me. Really weird that they felt the need to nerf those. There's two down here, isn't there? Our patron order still twice a week reset. Well, there seems to be the cadence of them doesn't seem to be totally normal yet. I don't know if it's because they've had to switch them on and switch them off a few times since launch. But I would personally be checking them every day, just so that you catch them all. I wouldn't rely on them being twice a week at the moment. Or at least I'm not relying on that anyway. I haven't checked my patron orders today, actually. That's something you can tell I'm clearly finding any reason to not be out here farming, but this is something I've put off for a week now, so. Oh, wait, that wasn't even it. That wasn't even it. Ancient flower. That's one of our herbalism ones. And there's another one around here somewhere. There's a... I think it's here, isn't it? Miner's gavel. So that's our two mining ones. We're missing one herbalism one from the Isle of Dawn. Handy Notes should have it on my map. It's that one there, isn't it? It's actually in Dornogal. What's more important to buy, the knowledge points or the blue crafting equipment? It depends what you're trying to do. And it also depends what spec you're building into. You might find a more short-term advantage by getting the knowledge books, because pushing your artisan security forward might give you like a quick boost now. But the long play, and in my opinion the smarter play, is still to get your tools first, because the tools are your ticket to the end game crafting markets. So you're going to be for as long as it takes you to get your tools, you're going to be relying on concentration for everything you craft. So you're going to be heavily limited by how much you can craft in the first, well, until you get your tools. So if you're happy with that, maybe look at getting your knowledge point books first, if you can take an advantage of getting those now. Otherwise, get your profession gear sorted first, so then you'll be able to guarantee something at quality 3. That's sort of my take on it, at least. There isn't really a right or wrong answer, but there are pros and cons to both. Can we use our alts, arts, and security to craft tools? Unfortunately not, no. I just wish sometimes that I could buy the item off the auction house rather than having to craft it for patron orders. They want me to craft something that costs 10k gold, but it's listed for 6k gold on the auction house. Well, yeah. Yeah, it would be nice if you could just go get the finished product and just play middleman, I suppose. I've seen groups of 5 druids flying around and gathering. How does that work without IS Boxer? Well, you just have they just all follow each other. Multiboxing's, you know, it's still entirely valid to do, entirely viable. It's just doing it manually is a lot slower. Where's this herb? Hello? Oh, there it is. Son of a bitch. Where did that treasure go? It was literally on my screen a second ago. Is that in the city? Is it in one of these buildings? In here? There it is. Digging fork. Is that herbalism, right? Oh dear God, my map is very broken. You can herb mine on the back of a druid with Legion's flight form. Yeah, there's a few ways to sort of to optimize your herbing and mining. It's pretty goddamn good money right now anyway, is the honest answer. You're probably not going to be struggling too much. Is one of the treasures around here somewhere? Oh, there's one down here. Where's the 4th one? Oh, over here. Okay. Oh. Pick up Disturbed Earth. They might have nerfed it, but still worth farming the wax. You might want to use True Sight potions. You're right. I'm not. Yeah, you're right. I was meant to just be farming the treasures, but I got distracted. Too many shinies. Once I've grabbed all the treasures, we'll go get some. War mode, True Sight, potions, could be a play.
What's the wax for? You can turn 50 wax in for a ruby, and those rubies can be turned into... Whoops. Those rubies can be turned into material boxes. They have just nerfed them, so their efficiency is not as great as it was, which was very odd and weird for me. Because it's just oh wow, whoa, where's my vigor gone? Hang on, I clearly can't talk and do two things at once. Hang on, please hold. Where in the world is my free vigor button gone? Hello? Which is the free vigor button? Flipping out, which one is it? Oh, it's in the spell book? Wait, what? That's the one. That's meant to be there. There we go. There we go. Now we're cooking. Right, let's just go get the flipping treasures. I gotta focus. Like, even doing this, I gotta focus. I'm such a scatterbrain. Genuinely such a massive scatterbrain with this sort of stuff. But once it's set up, you know. Wait, I could have swore the treasure's around here somewhere. There it is. That's the mining one. That's the other herbalism one. There's one more mining one that's down here somewhere. There it is. Don't look down, there might be squirrels. It's literally my biggest problem. Genuinely my biggest problem. I get distracted by everything so goddamn fast. This quest tracker thing is annoying every time a world quest pops up. That needs to go away. Right, over to Hallerfall. Actually, stop wasting time mining when until I've got the knowledge points. Right, the easy way is to take the flight paths, isn't it? Right, to Hallerfall. Two more zones to collect the treasures for. I need to... Whatever that add-on is needs to go away. World Quest Tracker, probably. How do you go about getting maximum acuity? You make sure you're keeping up with your patron orders. Make sure you're keeping up with your reputation. Make sure you're acquiring as many recipes as you can. If you have the ability to drop one of your professions, you can look at rotating the other professions for their easy acuity gains as well. Often referred to as the shuffle right now.
There's 10 knowledge points you can gain via cash book. That doesn't give acuity though. I could and should potentially go get it for this character while I'm down here. Good call. Are they all in and around Meldar? There's 2 on the farm. Where's the... Oh, yeah. Okay, they're all over there. I was thinking about getting another farmer fully speccing into a single node like Bismuth for more rank 3s. I did suggest to people earlier that maybe having 3 different farmers is not a terrible idea. You can then spec them in slightly different directions, and then it doesn't really matter which, you know, you can jump on whichever one is likely to make you the most gold at that given time, you know. Pretty sure there's one in this. No, is there not one in the hut? Is it in the middle of the field? Okay. It's the herbalism one. There's another one over here in this building. What's that on the floor? Shiny, shiny, disturbed earth. I spotted the other day, you know, that those MSI 4070 Super graphics card, World of Warcraft 20th edition graphics cards are available in Finland now. And I've been relatively tempted to pick one up. It's around the right sort of price range I would be willing to spend on a graphics card. The fact that it's the World of Warcraft 20-year edition is kind of cool. So in 4 years' time, when the graphics card gets retired for something bigger and better, it's just a cool-looking graphics card. I am somewhat tempted to grab one. Do we think a 4070 Super is worth an upgrade from a base level 3070? I was kind of half planning on completely skipping the 40 series, but it's kind of cool just because it's the Warcraft edition one. Need some decorations for the wall. Good planning for 4 years ahead. Well, yeah. Not that I have particularly too many frame rate issues in the game right now, but more power is more power, right? If you only play WoW, 3070 is more than enough. Yeah, but I don't only play WoW, this is the thing. I very much indulge playing in other games also. My streaming and my content creation is predominantly focused around World of Warcraft, but I mean, more importantly, I can consider it, you know, it's a business expense either way, so it's not the end of the world. Are they all down here? Surely not. I don't know. I need MSI to send me one. I'll review it on stream. It's not going to happen, is it? Are the patron orders random, or is there a certain amount we get? They are very random. Random is as random does. This is the thing that might frustrate a few people with them, because they are just very random. How can that be up more than it already is? How can there be herbs up here? That's a big stinky lie. I'm going to ignore that. Yeah, patron orders are random from every direction. Not only is the amount of them that you get seemingly a little bit random, the ones you get are going to be random. You may or may not have the recipes even. If you do have the recipes, it's random again what quality they're going to request. It's random how many materials they provide you or don't provide you with. It's random what optional reagents they want with them, meaning even if you do have the recipe, you might not necessarily be able to craft it because you might not have unlocked finishing reagents or embellishments or whatever. They're very random. They're very random. Tunneler's shovel. Do I have 1,000 spare cash lying about to get the knowledge point books actually while I'm down here? I would need to gather some cash in the first place to even be able to transfer it, won't I? So I need to go find a treasure. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. I'm missing one herbalism one. Handy note says it's this way. I'm not convinced Handy Notes knows what it's talking about. Where is it? Hello? Are you sure? Oh, this is the embalming techniques. Oh, this isn't the treasure, is it? This is the this is this. I need the cash. Where's the other herbalism treasure then? Nerubian mining supplies, we got that one. Or have we not? Wait, what? Wait. Is there another one? Oh, the Nerubian mining cart's still here. That's interesting. That's very interesting. That was on the beta for a while, and then it disappeared. Oh no, that was the last one. I'd got a herbalism one in the wrong place. Okay, right. Now I'm super confused. Okay, we're going to assume that's right. I need to go find a treasure. Let's learn these. God, if only these gave artisans security. Was prospecting fixed? I'm not sure what you refer to when you say fixed. It was changed yesterday. It was changed to increase the rate of materials from prospecting. I'm not sure how that relates to how it was before. Some people are saying there's about a 40% increase in stuff you get, which is quite a large buff to the prospecting rates. Glittering glass is 100 gold now. So have they, is that what we think they've done then? Do we think they've just nuked the glass and the, what do you call it? The glass and the stone you get from it? I can't remember what the shards of something, I can't remember what they're called. I didn't do much, in fact I haven't done any prospecting so far, so I'm not actually, Pebbles, that's the one, yeah. I wasn't too hot on the ins and outs of it to begin with. Getting far less glass today. That's interesting then. Prospecting is something I need to decide on whether I want to do it on my main jewel crafter or whether I want to save that jewel crafter for doing something more gem focused. I'm very much thinking I might go into, I might on my main jewel crafter go into meta gems, but I still haven't really decided. I'm hesitating with jewel crafting. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, but oh, hang on. I need to stop using a mount that's not the Sky Golem. Oh, treasure. Go on, give me some cash. 7. That's good enough. In that case, let's go get the 2 cash books. I'm pretty sure I've got 1,000 cash lying about. Sat on 100 null stones with the changes to snuffling. Is it wise to unload them now, or do you foresee the prices rising? I mean, I have the same magic ball that you have. I often tend to go by the theory that if you've got materials and you've worked for them, get paid, sell them. If they go up in the future, you can always go get more. Like, I rarely recommend people hold on to things. You got 2 options. You can guarantee yourself a payday today, and you know how much that payday is going to be, or you can risk it on an imaginary number in the future. Like, how much do you like gambling? It's entirely up to you. Right, we're going to need to transfer some currency, aren't we? Only, you know, the question is slightly different in terms of, like, should you buy something because you expect it to go up in the future or something? But if you've put time and effort into getting some materials, then get paid. Like, there's just as much chance of them going up in price as there is of them going down in price. So just get paid. How much do we need for these books? No, you're not the right dude. Oh, 565. You could what? Hang on. That's blacksmithing. Mining by 10. Okay. Yoink. Okay, bye. Herbalism. You're the trainer. Is it 565 here as well? It is. Has anybody just got 565? No. Okay, well, I'll take 500 from you. Or 505. Leaving everybody on 1. Totally weird we have to do it this way, but we do. And then... $537. 161. And that should now be more than enough to buy you. Beautiful. Right. 10 knowledge points here. 10 knowledge points here. I already don't like this. I'm going to turn you off. I'm going to put you back on. I like this one much better. I like this one better. I don't know why. Right, so we need to get our skill up in the professions. What have we still got? There's the turn-in quest for the week. There's the knowledge books for the week. And then machine learning. Oh, these are the rep books. Okay. Now we're at the point where we just need to do more of it, aren't we? I think we're at the point where we just need to do more. I'm going to start in Dornogle because it's nice up there. I can craft tier 3 alloys and tier 3 weapon enchants with no concentration. I need one more crafter. What do you think will be good? I mean, I imagine a enchanter would go... A second enchanter probably wouldn't go amiss if you're making weapon enchants. Getting some way to get your crystals and the likes more efficiently. I imagine if you've spec'd all the way into weapon enchants, you probably need to buy all of your materials. Something that supplements that is not a bad idea. Or something that then can use those alloys. I don't know, maybe a second blacksmith even. I tend to recommend people go with what they know. If you pick a randomly unknown profession, you probably might not have any that you don't have any experience with. You might not do anywhere near as well with it than if you pick a profession that you're kind of comfortable and you already understand. But there's no wrong answers at the moment, which is really nice. Like every profession has got something useful to do with it. We're like 3 days into the expansion. Like you can pick anything. If you wanted my early opinions, my YouTube channel has my tier list on it for my overall thoughts on some of the professions. If we're in the capital city, let's sell some of our basic materials. Now, how do we know what the cheapest price is of these right now? How do we know where these are actually priced at? You know what we do is we go like this. We go to buy, we go shopping, and we try and buy some. And what are we selling? Q1. We go Q1. And if we wanted to buy 10, $24 gold each. So now we know when we go sell them, if we want to instantly sell them, we do this and we go boom. And then in 3, 2, 1, a buyer has been found for your microbloom. Instantly sold. Oh, you can't see that. It's down here. It's behind the screen. Vial of Perception. Even the cheapest ones will aid you massively in getting more mats and seeing more stuff. What's it called? No, true sight is the one, right? Not the Vial of Perception. It's the true sight one. I'm pretty sure of it. There we go. Increase perception by 75, allow you to see camouflaged things. Requires level 71. There's my first problem. That's my first problem. Well, we will buy one all the same. Because you are right. We should do with a few. How the hell is my auction house not lagging? Oh, can you not see it? It's lagging horrendously. If you were to focus on one profession in Spec, what would you recommend? Any of them. Pick any of them. 3 days into the expansion. You can't go wrong. Pick any of them. The point is, focus on it. Pick one, focus on it. No matter which one, focus on it. That's the trick there. You kind of already knew the answer with your question. It doesn't matter which profession, just focus on it. Do we have enough gold to buy some profession tools, do we think? Some basic ones. Okay, we could definitely afford some basic stuff here. Deafness, finesse, deafness, perception one. I'll take a perception one. For 75 gold. What's the chances it's not there? It's not there. Perception one for 75 gold. It's not there. It's not there. Okay. What about a gardening hat? By the time you've set up gathering, you'll be bored. That's kind of the hope, honestly. I'm not going to lie, that's kind of the hope. Oh, we actually bought a gardening hat. Check me out. Gardening hat, we need a gardening basket. Oof, big money on the gardening baskets. We might as well get a 557 one then. If we're going to spend $1,000, we should probably spend the 1,200. As these are just finesse all the same. Or maybe not. Wow, good job, auction house. Good job. That's not going to exist, is it? No, that doesn't exist either. Which ones haven't we tried yet? No. Wow. Okay. Well, we'll give up with that idea then. Stupid game. We don't unlock the spec trees yet anyway. We need to do some actual more stuff. Alright, sure. Let's go do for a little while. Is there any other reason to... No. In fact, I need to switch these around because I keep forgetting to use my sky golem. You could literally take 50 gold at the moment and turn it into 100k scalping cheap mats. I mean, probably. Probably. The only problem is any interaction with the auction house right now is just painful. It just doesn't work. Playing the auction house is an entirely viable way of making gold any day of the week. The issue is right now is that the auction house just basically doesn't work. Why do you think I'm out here farming? And clearly, why is everybody else out here farming as well? Okay, that didn't exist either. Kill the wolf. Farming is relaxing. I've never got that. I mean, I get why people do find it relaxing, but I never have. I find it's almost the opposite of relaxing. I tend to find that I need to put, because I'm constantly watching a mini map, so it's not like I'm able to watch something on another screen particularly efficiently, because my eyes have to be on this screen, right? Because otherwise I don't see where the herbs are. So it both requires a lot of my focus and attention without giving me much back. At least if you're often crafting, your attention can be 50-50. You hyper-focus on something quickly, and then you press craft, and then you wait 2 minutes until that's crafted, and you can, focus on something else. I just get, and I think this is the reason that farming and gathering in general, doesn't keep me occupied for very long. I find it high effort for, low reward, if that makes sense. Spent 10 minutes trying to get mining equipment on the auction house. Ended up with a rank 1. You see that? Yeah, I've just done exactly the same. Now, if I hadn't set myself this arbitrary task of being self-sufficient on this character, Because if I'm going to do any farming, it's going to make me money. I'm not spending more gold on setting up a farming character. No, I'm going to pretend I am poor, and I'm going to farm some herbs, and then I'm going to sell those herbs, and then I'm going to use the gold I make from selling those herbs to buy some better tools, and so on and so on. I'm going to inch my way forward with the profession if I'm going to do it this way at all. Totally unnecessary, but the only way I will see progression with it, you know? Get Farm HUD, plot a route. No, Farm HUD makes me feel sick. That's not me just being silly. It genuinely gives me like vertigo or something. I've never liked Farm HUD. It makes me feel weird. Kind of makes me feel queasy. Not having vigor is going to make me feel more queasy though. I just have a stream of something on a side monitor do it. Yeah, I mean, if you can consider it like a side project, I guess. I can understand why it appeals to people. I listen to you whilst I'm gathering. Well, see, that's it, right? I'm aware that that's probably a case. I know full well that I'm a lot of people's background noise in the first place, which means I can't, like, if I'm streaming and trying to do this at the same time, I'm trying to double wombo combo there. And you guys have seen me multitask at the best at times. At least GatherMate is tracking all the nodes now, though. That's going to make my life much easier. When are you going to go back for the new Palworld stuff? Oh, that's not really very high on my priority list. I've got Satisfactory 1.0 on my to-do list soon. I've got Factorio 2.0 on my list soon. Those are going to get much higher priority than Palworld. Although Palworld was an awful lot of fun, and I would be very interested in going back and having another look at it once it's more fleshed out. I keep seeing tweets about them doing updates and stuff, so it's really cool to see that they're pushing forward with it, and they didn't just take their money and run, which some companies absolutely would have done. And I'm going to be honest, I'm kind of surprised they didn't. If I made that much money that quickly, I'd have been like, you know what? I'm out of here. See you later. DSP is also good since you like Factorio. I've played DSP before. I played it when it first came out, though. It's another one that I want to go back and have another play with. I just get so engrossed with World of Warcraft, I often don't have the time for it. Because these games are not just quick and easy games either. These aren't games you can just throw 20 hours in. Even a simple playthrough of Satisfactory took me like 40 hours, and we did it on stream, and it took the entire week, sort of thing. If it was more sort of like, I need to find an interest in some like pretty enjoyable sort of single player 8 to 12 hour campaign style games. I can easily Flipping Tree. I can easily switch to those without it really getting in the way of my World of Warcraft schedule. But these bigger games, they need a week dedicated to them to give them a proper go. What was the one we did just before? Foundry. Foundry was really fun as well. Another one that once they sort of develop it a little bit, I would love to go and have another look at it again. Yeah, I've bought a Vial of True Sight. I need to be level 71 first. There's a level requirement on those. That's not going to take too long, though, since we get XP from farming these all the same. Wait, where's that ore? Aha, sneaky, sneaky. This bismuth's hard to see. Blends in with the floor. Also can't line stuff up properly in DSP at the poles. Oh yeah, because the grid goes all funky, doesn't it? Yeah, that I remember playing it. That sent my OCD into overdrive, that did. You have to build everything around the equator. But you can't build everything around the equator because that's where your solar panels are got to go. I remember. Where are we up to? Skill 26, 27. Oh, we can do spec tree stuff now. Let me go find a relatively safe spot to sit at and we can do some spec tree stuff. This isn't safe at all, but if I can tag it before he slaps me in the face, no. Oh, not a good time to be out of vigor. Not a great time to be out of vigor at all. Oh, that was a worse time to be out of vigor. Dear God. I'm not even sure I want to look at a game that only has 10 to 12 hours of gameplay. I mean, if it's a solid story-driven game, I have no problem with that whatsoever. I mean, a film is only 2 hours long. If the story in a game can keep me busy and engrossed in it for 10 to 12 hours, I'm usually happy. Do I want to pay $60 for that game? Probably not. But if it's 20, 30, I'm usually quite happy. I'll go with that. Right, herbalism. People have been pestering me for like herbalism specs. I'm probably going to go Bountiful Harvest. I can't see any reason not to go Bountiful Harvest. No, I never played Baldur's Gate 3 for the same reason. I didn't have 200 hours to throw at it. And if I started, I would finish. I'm in a bit of a weird position, honestly, in terms of that. I don't object on stream specifically to like diversifying with games. But when there's something big going on in World of Warcraft, it gets 110% of my attention. And obviously, like for me personally, like the beta period, the alpha period of a new expansion's also like peak time, I guess you say, for me. So I try not to do anything too far away. But, you know, in between patches and stuff, like in a month or two's time when everybody is getting really bored of cancel scanning for 1% margins, then I've got no issues with putting WoW down for a week and going and looking at something else. But it's usually what's out and what's happening at the time. Right, 5 skill when gathering herbs. Gathering herbs in Kazalgar will replenish 1 vigor. Okay, we unlock that first. I'm actually going to put my points in Bountiful Harvest, if truth be told, but I want this now, just because vigor's a pain in the flipping ass. Probably the same with mining then, to be honest. Whichever tree gives me the vigor bonus. Probably mining fundamentals. Whenever you mine, gain vigor. Yeah, there we go. It's just a matter of time until we get to 50, 75, whatever, so... Imperfect nullstone. Money. I'm using a sky golem and normal flying for herbs on my non-druid. Forget anything else. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I don't mind I don't mind dragon riding or new flying, whatever the flipping hell you want to call it. I don't mind it anywhere near as much. As long as I don't have too many vigor related issues, I'm good. But no, I get why people just use regular ass flying because it is just much easier. And at the moment, your incentive is to pick up everything. It's different later in the expansion where there'll come a point where you'll probably just ignore Mycobloom, for example. So there'll come a point where you probably won't pick up everything. But now, everything is money. So you can't leave anything. So you are up, down, up, down, up, down. How do you get pile of rusted scrap as a level 1 engineer? Okay, here's a life hack for you. All of your one-time treasures will give you 25 scrap. Where your portal to Azkahet is, I believe there's one of your treasures around there somewhere in the building just next door to where the portal is. So if you've just picked up engineering, go pick up that one treasure. That will give you 25 scrap, which will be enough. That will be enough to get your first, to get to like skill 5 where you can unlock pilfering. Alternatively, it's not a terrible idea when you pick up engineering to fly around and pick up all of your one-time treasures, because at 25 each, that's like what, 25 times 8, like 200 scrap for free. Which is significantly easier than trying to go out and farm for it. And after that point, you can buy materials and shuffle it to get more of it if you need. Oh, I'm in danger of getting bead here. I'm in danger of getting bead. I'm in deep B territory. Yeah, I'm gonna leave B territory alone. I don't fancy getting bead. On a level 70, I'm gonna get bead hard. Put me in that honey. Oh, there's so many herbs around there, though. For the obvious reason that everybody ignores it. Right, I wonder if these little islands have herbs on them. I guess they do. What are you in the middle of the sea? In the middle of the sea, a webbed one. So tired of the broken auction house. Yeah, you and me both, friend. You and me both. There's only one reason I'm out here farming right now. And that's because this is the lesser of two evils. It is less painful to be doing farming than it is to be dealing with the auction house. I want you to use your first overload on the TNT, or you forget this is not my first rodeo. I know. I know. It's faster gold per hour at the moment just to buy materials and craft Thorin widgets. Quite probably, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't really recommend people go out there like farming for their scrap. That's madness right now. Ooh, lush Aratha's spear. Don't mind if I do. Right, I need to get to skill 50 though. Skill 50 before we can unlock our next spec tree. And skill 50 will actually let me spend some of these spec points. Lure drop. Don't usually find that over in the Isle of Dawn. What's the weak aura in the top left of your screen? It's a little profession point tracker. Yes, this is the I Can Feel the Meat song, yeah. I need this on a command, don't I? Where's that one maybe? Don't do it yet because I haven't made the weak or I haven't made the command yet. Cloudbot commands. Add command. Okay, somebody try out exclamation mark WA for me quickly, please. That should be on. It works. It works. It works. Hang on, let me put a cooldown on it. Let me put a cooldown on it quick. There we go. Yeah. Okay, relax. It works. It works. It works. Let me check it works for Team YouTube as well. Hang on. Streamlabs not doing his job over on Team YouTube. I mean, he should be. Looks like the weak aura had a 5 at the end. Yeah, no, that's fine. It doesn't matter. The 5 at the end would actually take you to a specific version of it. the link takes you to the base version, which will be the most up-to-date version. Don't you worry, I got it. Right, turns out that Streamlabs doesn't want to do it for Team YouTube, because of course they don't. Well, it works over on Twitch. Does something like Loot Appraiser or a new variation of work? Is it worth having something up on screen so people can see how many billions of gold I'm making by doing this? Maybe, possibly. What's the new version of Week, or not Week? What's the new version of Loot Appraiser called? Loot Appraiser Reloaded. Loot Appraiser. Is it called Loot Appraiser Reloaded? I mean, if we're going to turn ourselves into a professional farmer whilst the auction house is down, we should at least do it properly, right? What has it gone? Loot Appraiser Reloaded, okay. Where is it? Left click to open main window, right click to open options window. Well, that's a good start. That's a cracking start, that is. Can we make it smaller? Why is it so fat? Region market value average? Nah, you're alright, friend. Let's, okay. Options doesn't work. Is the auction house actually, like, down? Like, properly dead? It's been slow as all hell for days now. Right, well, that doesn't work. How do I get around that? Add-ons. Okay, I can go into it this way. DB recent. Recent value. Probably the closest thing to something that might possibly be something. I'll change all of these. I don't want it. I don't want any beeping bullshit, unless it's like a null stone. Maybe we care about null stones. All right, we'll set that up in a minute. I wish there was a way to make the window not so fat, but I guess it can just live there. All right. See if it works. Aha, it works. Cool. DB region market average, DB historical, DB market show the viewers the big bucks. That is called fudging the numbers, woo. That is crooked. Crooked as a boomerang. And then screenshot it for a thumbnail for YouTube. Wouldn't ever do that. That is dishonest. That is far too goblin-like. Clearly no pissing herbs around here though, look. Are the new NPC crafting orders each couple of hours? I think it's worth cycle through every character just before reset. The cadence of them doesn't seem to be very uniform. Some people have reported logging in and finding new ones almost on a daily basis right now, so I would suggest 2 people to log in and cycle through them at least once a day, just to try and keep up with them. Don't make the assumption that they turn up every 3 days or something. I would check them at least once a day. We at skill 50 yet? No, 39. Should we kill rares? Why not? What points should I give to make alloys rank 3 in blacksmithing? Which character? Well, you cannot do. It doesn't matter about spec points until you've at least got your 3 pieces of profession gear at rare. You have to have that. You have to have your profession at 100. Got to get blacksmithing maxed, and you need 3 rare pieces of profession gear before you can even worry about spec points. And it's from that point on, it's just everything that leads to alloys full, if I remember correctly. Squish the bugs. Squish the bugs. Dead. That's a pretty universal rule as well, by the way. Until you've got your profession maxed and until you've got your 3 pieces of profession gear at rare, you're not going to be guaranteeing anything at top quality until you've done that. Excluding some very specific scenarios. I think the warband limitation's making the auction house worse. At least I've solved it just by buying the materials for the work orders directly from the auction house, so increasing the traffic. Oh, I see. I mean, I don't think that's going to make a blind bit of difference to the overall. It's quite simple. The auction house is broken because there's 5 million people using it. That's literally it. Once the amount of traffic in there slows down, once they get their servers up and running properly, they'll be good. It'll be fine. Like I said, I would kind of rather they just take them offline again completely, to be honest. Because it's, at the moment, I live by this simple rule that no info is better than bad info. Now, the auction house at the moment is doing nothing but spitting bad information out there. You have no idea, without doing some shenanigans, what the actual prices are for anything, either for when you're buying or you're selling. It's just complete fucking guess. It'd be better off just taking it down, in my opinion, but... Right, well, there's our knowledge points for herbalism. That was actually really fast. We got all our herbalism points before we even hit skill 42. That's wild. Wow, look at them flocking in. Clearly other people have had the same idea. Get out there, grab some mats instead, whilst the game's being silly. But yeah, I like the scenario yesterday where they just took the auction house down completely. I kind of feel that that's a better solution for everybody involved, really. They're going to end up with like some serious customer service issues on their hands if they're not careful, because you can so easily and so accidentally go to buy something on the auction house, materials-wise, thinking you're spending X amount, and then end up very easily spending an awful lot more because of all of the ghost auctions. So it's kind of a little bit, you know, for average Joe that maybe doesn't have huge amounts of gold, it's also pretty dangerous even using the auction house right now. It's going to steal all your monies, and you're not even going to know about it. I'm having trouble finding the profession treasures from the dirt piles. You just got to keep at it. It's another one of those random things. You just got to keep at it. I would point out that gathering professions don't have those treasures, by the way. So if you're expecting to see them with like herbalism or mining or something, they don't exist. It's only for the crafting professions. Thought that's probably worth clarifying. Ooh, no, your big old elites will leave you alone. Wow, I want to do this one because they're cool, but I'm going to get my ass handed to me. I'm going to get bead. Run away. $45. We're moving up in the world. Oh my god, look at the goodies out of this one. Money! Are we level 71 yet, nearly? Thanks for the guides, man. What's been the best money maker for me so far? Well, without question, it's been tailoring, but it's on the basis of the fact that that's the profession I've pushed the furthest. I've got basically max build on my tailor at this point. So, because of that, it's made me the most gold. But I would also point out a lot of the other professions have cost me an awful lot of gold so far. I'm not up as far as gold for the expansion yet. I'm still massively in the hole. And until the auction house sorts itself out, I might not be easily or quickly able to fix that, but I don't mind. It's fine. What's made it so you don't do jewel crafting no more on stream? I'm a lot more... It's not specific to jewel crafting. I'm just a lot more careful with what I do on stream. Because I know full well that if I sit here and do anything very specific for a few hours on stream, a huge amount of you lot will go out there and do the exact same thing.
A great example of this is I logged on first thing this morning, was doing some tailoring, and within an hour of me doing some tailoring, the price of the item I was crafting and selling had been tanked into the floor. And so it was like, it's very difficult to do that sort of stuff on stream now. So like prospecting, for example, would fall into the same category. If I stand here and prospect and people figure out, oh, prospecting must be profitable, Manthius is doing it, by the end of the day, it's nuked. It's absolutely wrecked. So I'm a little bit more careful with what I do. I mean, obviously, there's no issue with farming. If I spend a few hours out here farming, I would love it if everybody else would go out and do the farming. That means I wouldn't have to do as much of it. But with region-wide items, it's sometimes a bit risky doing them on stream for too long. This is why, for the War Within, I've tried to spread myself out a lot. I've got every profession, and I'm going to be doing something with every profession, and I'll just cycle through them a little bit to spread things out a touch. Doing it wrong, bro. Start crafting an item, then go buy all the cheap versions that get flooded on the auction house, relifts them off stream the next day. Oh, that's just cheeky. I'm not out there to I'm out there to try and, you know, make a bit of gold myself, have a bit of fun myself, but also help you guys do the same. The irony is if I end up doing do I have my overload ability yet? Where's my overload abilities? The irony is that a lot of the time if I showcase something hyper specific on stream, it just nukes it for everybody. We can have some of it. We can have some of it. Can we get another one? Okay, we didn't really get much value out of that, did we? That's where deafness comes into play, actually, thinking about it. Some deafness there would have really helped. I chickened out. Didn't want to go boom. 71, potion up. Oh yeah, we dinged 71, didn't we? Hang on, before I potion up and do level 71 stuff, I want to get both my professions to skill 50. That way I can go spend some points and actually pick up some better stuff. Oh, this is a world quest. Thought for a minute you could mine those. I was like, what's going on? Item not found on the auction house. What does this even mean? It means the auction house is busted. The auction house's 7 levels are broken. Why do you think I'm not in it? It's very broken. Do gold Discord users get more info? Well, there is the Goblin Corner in Discord, which is a premium channel, which you do need to be a Patreon member to have access to. A lot of other Patreon members talk about stuff a little bit more openly in there than they do in the more public channels. But that's it. Each player's own discretion. That's up to them. Where's the herb here? Hello? Where has he gone? Oh, is it on top of the rock? There it is. Ah, missed. Oh, I've missed again. Flipping herb. Right, we're 50 with herbalism. I need a couple more. Couple more mining nodes.
Fire off. Mine. $48. Jesus, every single node has got people on it. The influx of materials could be stonkers. It needs it though. I don't know what entirely I'm going to do with a lot of the material. I mean, I'm clearly not going to spend hours and hours doing this. And I know I often tell people that if you are farming materials, go take a payday. But I do wonder about quality 3 materials specifically. My years of experience are still telling me that quality 3 materials are going to go vastly up in price as soon as everybody starts buying shit. Now, some stuff is being bought already. We have technically had Spark number 1 floating around, so a bit of the demand is kicking in. But it's not going to be anything like what we're going to see when the actual when the season starts. But then also, you know, you've got two sides to this story. You've got the first side that yes, demand will dramatically increase, but you'll also have the flip side of everybody that's been buying and squirreling away materials in the run up to season 1, which then all of those come out the woodwork, and then that's when you see really how many materials are knocking about. And that can often be quite surprising in and of itself. Right, we got 50 on both though. Let's spend some spec points and be better at this. Herbalism. Herbalism, Bountiful Harvest seems like the one for me. I can't see any reason not to slap a bunch of points in here. Get better at picking up anything and everything. Question is do I want to spec into Mycobloom first and foremost, just because it's kind of big business at the moment. Your senses sharpen, allowing you to find Null Lotus more often whilst gathering Mycobloom. 40 points in there, 10 points in here I would guess for your first spec tree. Only 5 points in here for your first spec tree. 10 skill when gathering Blessing Blossom, 10 skill whilst gathering Lure Drop, 10 skill Orbanid, 10 skill Arathid Spear. What do you get? 1 skill per point in here, so there's potentially 40 points up for grabs, plus whatever it gives you around the edge. Oh, the refining might be of value as well, mightn't it? So 40 points in here first is not a terrible idea. And then deep into well, you want all of them obviously eventually, but the question is yeah, I see the value in the refining. I haven't checked the prices of quality 3 herbs, but at least having the ability to refine up if the price is there might be useful. I did Lure Drop, 300 gold plus for each rank 3 at the moment. Less competition in the zone 2. If historical prices from Dragonflight are anything to go by, prices of the rank 3 herbs peaked on Tuesday of normal heroic mythic raid, but from my understanding there'll be an extra week between heroic and mythic this time, so more time for the prices to stay. Yeah, we got heroic week, haven't we? I need to quickly consider how many knowledge points are actually available to me. I've got the turn-in. Let's look at where our actual maximum number sits. The maximum number might change what I choose to do. I have 3 points from somewhere. That's going to be the turn-in quest. I have my book for another one. Oh, hang on, we're in the wrong one. I have 3... I've only got 4 knowledge points available still at easy grabbing distance. So I'm not even going to hit 60 straight away. Obviously, first time gather bonuses gives me 1 each, so let's call it 75 by the time I've potentially got everything. If I put 40 in here, I'm still not capping even one of these. I would need 80 points, really, to cap a thing. And the reason to cap one is because then you gain more Null Lotus when gathering it. Do you go into Myco Bloom for quantity, or do you go into one of the specialized herbs just because the same concept is the same as before? Alright, well that gives me better loot for anything I pick up. Plus it allows me to unlock all of these at least. So that's a relatively safe 40 points. Question is which one do I put 40 points in next? I'm personally leaning towards Myco Bloom because I just think you pick up so much more of it than you do anything else. Around 72 points without the artisan vendor points. Is that where it sits at? Why did cloth prices tank? Probably all the videos of people saying you can make 100k an hour making bolts of cloth. Maybe. Forced to play customer support in trade chat because the auction house is gone. Oh gold. Oh lord. That sounds horrendous. I feel for you. That's why rank 3 Myco Bloom is like 50 gold though. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe we'll just play with it as it is right now. And I'll gather a few more of these up. Is there any significant 5, 10, 15, 20? Your finesse has a chance to yield you additional Myco Blooms. So you get 20 points. You get a bonus at 20 points into each one of them. Is there any reason to spread your points out a little bit? I think because the 40 point one gives you greater chance at Null Lotus, you are best off filling one node before moving to the other. But what's this doing for my skill? Let's assume I had 100. Okay. See, I'm already at the point where technically I'm only 7 skill away from starting to see Q3. Ignore the fact that nothing's going on up here for now. Alright, well, we'll leave it there as it stands at the moment for herbalism. What do we do with mining? I suspect it's basically the same, right? Plethora of ore. 30 finesse when mining anything. See, this is an interesting one. You want to put points in... Everybody's going to want to put points in bismuth right now, because bismuth is redonkulous. But... is that a temporary thing? Learn to refine quality 1 into quality 2. Learning to turn quality 2 into quality 3 is more interesting. You no longer damage uncovered null stones when gathering bismuth. Oh, that's massive. That's huge. I almost want that first. Yeah, I almost want that first, you know. I almost want that before I want anything else. That'll take your basic, what do you call them? These things, imperfects. And that means you start picking up full ones. That's monstrous. If you use Vial of True Sight, you can get extra knowledge points for discovering the camouflaged herbs as well. Oh, that's true, yeah. I put points into a Kyrite Even with the vial, all I see is bismuth, really? Okay. I think bismuth went up because of jewel crafting yesterday. I was doubling my money prospecting, logged into tens of thousands of gems at half the price a day, and ore at 3 times the price. Yeah, I mean, you throw a prospecting change out there, and everybody all of a sudden needs to prospect 10,000 of it just to get their data back in line, which is the oddity of that, really. Right, 10 points gets me a sub-spec anyway. So there's no choice but to put 10 points in here first. The question is do I go for a specific ore? Or do I go for just straight up bismuth and we try and throw 45 points in here as fast as possible? Yeah, why not? Why not? We haven't got 45 points, but why not? YOLO. I got a null stone in a gleaming transmutation today. Nice. That's a win. Welcome in, Drizzling Rose. How's the old army coming? Where's this herb? Oh, it's there. Just pick whatever. It's not like you can do. You've been here before. No, for as long as the auction house is being stupid, I've got no reason to not be doing this, honestly. I've also said that I missed out, like big time missed out last expansion with the fact that I completely slept. Well, I didn't sleep on it. I just couldn't be bothered. I didn't want to do gathering, even though I knew full well that people were out there making 50 to 100,000 gold an hour with gathering without really much effort. Just purely by the fact that week on week they kept up with their knowledge points and didn't slack on it. You know, you could spend an hour a week doing some farming, keep up to speed. That's kind of that's what I missed out on in Dragonflight. So I've committed to not doing the same mistake twice. So it's hence why I'm going to put a bit of effort into it either way. I've officially picked up 10,040 treasures. I'm doing 2 to 3 crafting orders per toon for the +2 knowledge points in the weekly, then logging them out outside of the Dark Moon Fair. Sheesh! That sounds like a lot of repetitive task. Oh my lord. I wish you the best though. You'll be in a pretty fantastic spot when all of that starts to pay out big. Took 3 days to get the treasures. Oh my god. Hey, once it's done though, right? That's the point. This is what you're doing. What most people haven't even thought about with their alt armies yet, because you've got quite a lot of experience doing it before. I can't wait to see how many people leveled like 40 characters in Remix and then they just cry in about 2 weeks' time when like it suddenly dawns on them that they might have to do this for 6 months straight. What do you mean out of range? Give me another one. People went so hard on Remix though. I think there's going to be people out there that've got alts for days. Like there's so many alts they're not genuinely not going to know what to do with them all. I've even not done half of anything with all of my alts. I've got about 25 alts across a few accounts I've done nothing with yet. because I know full well that when I get into that, it's going to be a couple of months of like grind. Imperfect nullstone. Now, if I'd got the points already, that wouldn't have been an imperfect one. That would have been cash monies right there. Okay, that's not happening, is it? It's definitely an all around there somewhere. Made an interesting discovery earlier. If you want to recraft a blue tool, unless you used rank 3 mats, you're better off making a new one. Well, you will need to... Well, yeah, if you ever want it at max quality, yeah. Alternatively, you'll need somebody to be willing to spend a lot of their concentration on it for you, which you may or may not have success doing. Oh, this is super dangerous. In the middle of bee land. In the middle of bee land. Woo! We escaped. We escaped with our life intact. Please be careful. I was going to reply with thanks, honey, but I didn't know if that would be construed wrong. It was a bee pun. All the goal making channels will be abuzz with your death. I don't think people would mourn me for a minute, you know. Are there any scribes online, by the way? I could do with a couple of knowledge books, potentially. Or maybe in fact, I'll figure that out later. I'll figure that out later. I've got all week to get those. Missing the fishing derby. I will, yeah, I kind of, a few people have suggested doing that. See how exciting gathering is. Riveting. Actually riveting. I'm ecstatic right now. Ooh. That's our 5th. We'll get the epic one next. This is another boom one. That looks like the safe spot. Be safe, be safe, be safe. Much safe. Yes. All that for one iron claw. Kind of underwhelming, isn't it? Oh, another one. Boom Central. Oh, easy. Easy. Some quality 3 bismuth. Now it's kicking off. I don't take offense to being called honey. I'm forever alone. Oh, Rose. Unbelievable. Oh god, no, that's in dangerous territory again. There's actually, I wonder if there's this has been tested in previous expansions. I can only assume it's the same this time round as well. There is a force spawn mechanic on herbs, I believe. Herbs and ore. Which could be why, when there's this many people out here farming, like, there is nodes just everywhere. It's almost like a hyperspawn system, but for herbs and ore. Which I don't know if that would have any impact on people's success in different zones. It's something worth considering. Because as of right now, I can't go more than 5 meters without seeing a node on my map. And I'm almost at the point where just sticking on this little island is doing me bits. Forget who it was, but somebody was testing that in BFA. Well, there's not many people out there that I think have actually gone to the degree of trying to test this, but I know there was a couple of spots in Shadowlands where it was determined that, what was that green herb called in Shadowlands? Or was it the ore? I can't remember. There was definitely some of it in Shadowlands. There was like a little triangle area, I remember, that a few people figured out that you could actually force spawn ore there all by yourself, which was kind of crazy for a little while until the bots found out about it and then just dominated the zone. I should remember the names of those ores. I bought billions of them for making shadow ghast ingots. Oh yeah, maybe it was the ore I'm thinking of, maybe not the herbs. Used to find a fawn cave and just server hop. It's also very viable. Oh, don't go boom. Well, that's not a safe spot. That's not a safe spot. Oh. 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 Gotcha. I'm yet to have like put together much of a route or anything right now. I am very much just aimlessly flying around, but it seems to be that sticking to the coastal areas is a win for this zone. I need to remember about my overloads actually. With this many nodes, they're coming off cooldown pretty quick. Where do you find the treasures for the weekly treasures? I mean, you can do it in any of the zones. There's probably some arguments to do it in one zone over another, but I would say actually that the Isle of Dawn is probably one of the worst zones to do it in, because there seems to be way less like natural treasures on the ground out here. You can find the disturbed dirt piles out here, but for treasures, I did a lot of mine this week in the Ringing Deeps. Yeah. Hallowfall is king. Hallowfall's just a really nice zone, full stop. I kind of personally think that we've got two nice zones and two less nice zones. Isle of Dawn and Hallowfall, beautiful. Absolutely, I could spend all day in either of them. The Ringing Deeps, Ashkahet. They're too dark. They're too miserable. They're too dungy. I will clearly have to spend some time out there, but like given the choice. I don't like being in a big cave. Yeah, I'm I can agree with you on that one. Even though they're like, oh, it's not a cave. It feels like a cave when you got walls. When you got walls and a ceiling, it's a cave. I don't care how tall the cave is. There's still a wall around it. It still gives me very cavey vibes. Which I do worry that is going to get really quite... is going to get long throughout the expansion. I mean, I really disliked the Zaralek Cavern for that reason. As a zone. Didn't appeal to me at all. And then one of my favourite zones in past expansions is probably Zereth Mortis. I swear there was an ore here. It's vanished. Oh, I've just realised I haven't been using my flipping vial, have I? What an absolute amateur. What a complete amateur. Hang on, let's sort some of this out a little bit first, actually. Is that all the basic mats? Let's put you there. I just like to be able to quickly at a glance see what we got. Hang on, a viridescent charm cap. How are these things like practically free compared to some of the others that are like thousands of gold? Oh, I still didn't use my potion. That's literally why I was in my bags. Did I even loot it from the mailbox? Vial of True Sight, there we go. Camouflaged. Cheeky. Oh, dirt pile. Took out ice cubes, forgot about them, now they're all melted in the mold. You have recycled water, congratulations. Yo, your man has deafness for days, clearly. You see how fast he mined that compared to me? Sheesh. Ooh, camouflaged Akirite. You don't get this in this zone otherwise. That's very cool. That's a life hack right there, that isn't it? Hello? What do camo nodes even do? They're just bonus nodes that normal people don't see. And they each have their own first discover as well. So if you're hyper optimizing your knowledge points. And there seems to be camo ones all over the shop. Okay, let's kill a few of these real quick. I mean, it's anti-bot in a way, because it depends. You know, it depends if the bots are going to be using consumables or not. But I'm sure they will. I'm sure they'll figure that out. Oh, there's my knowledge points then. So that's 3 of you. So is that now enough to... What have we got going on here? Yo, exactly. Exactly the numbers we were looking for. I didn't decide what I was doing with herbalism, did I? Cooking feast recipes rare. I found one in a random cache. It sold for 250k. I mean, if you can sell anything for 250k, I assume it's going to be pretty rare. Fair play. Was it a feast recipe by chance? Because I imagine the feast recipes are not cheap. Oh, it was a feast recipe. Okay. I should have read your message properly. Oh, you can herb these fellas as well. Look. Do pet things. Okay, now there's like 3-4 different nodes up on my map. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. My statements and my quotes of hundreds of thousands of gold an hour are so far not true. But in 50 minutes of leveling and pissing about, we've made 13k. I reckon this can easily be 50k an hour. Once we have both leveled, once I've got some profession gear in order, and once I actually dedicate a full hour to it, I reckon it's cash monies, boys and girls. Big fan of cash monies. I mean, who isn't, right?
Dirt piles. Everything. We should have had much stronger numbers. Oh yeah, this is without cheese as well. These are realistic numbers. If I'd have inflated them, if I'd have pumped them, we could be on 100k an hour. And everybody knows bullshit numbers are far more attractive than real numbers. It's just factual. What are you? Won't claim for what? Oh, you're not who I'm meant to be clicking on. Oh, what? What? Hello? Much confused. Right, move on. Some thumbnail compatible numbers. Exactly. What did you do today, Manthe? I farmed 1,000,000 gold an hour. And then I told everybody about it. Honestly can't move for like multiple nodes. This is crazy. Either it's I've not done gathering for a long time, or there is absolutely some like high volume force spawn thing going on here. Because I actually cannot move more than 10 yards without picking something up. What's the goal today? The goal is to forget the fact the auction house is being stupid. I kind of want to do these intro quests because it pushes me in a weird phase. I might get that first campaign chapter out of the way just to get rid of that stupid phase. Yeah, the goal is to try and forget about the fact the auction house is completely broken and I'm not going to be able to recuperate my millions of spent leveling professions when the auction house is dog shit. So we're using it as an excuse to go do some gathering. I've designated a toon to be herbalism and to be mining, and we're playing self-sufficient here. So I am farming materials on this character. I will sell these materials. I won't put them in the war bank. I'll actively sell them, and the gold generated by farming I will use to buy better profession tools and buy the potions and stuff like that, so we can get a somewhat an undiluted example of what a bit of farming can do. But all of that said, I am very hungry, so I'm probably not going to do too much more of this today. We will surpass the hour, because you can't do farming for less than an hour. But I'll could end up being a little mini series. Well, I mean, this is one of those things, right? I'm no pro by any means at this sort of stuff normally. I do pretty good with like crafting generally, but when it comes to like this sort of stuff, I'm a bit of an amateur. So it could easily be a we learn together situation. For Dragonflight, I sort of did a little bit of that. Oh, some core alloys, nice. I kind of did a little bit of that, but I didn't really keep up with it particularly.
I also, you know, I joined the party late. That was my big problem. And I know I joined the party late in Dragonflight, which is why I'm trying to keep on top of it now. Combining my farming routes with farming out the rares. Yeah, the way I've spec with a lot of my professions, I've specced into things that are quite processing heavy. My scribe has gone the milling route. My blacksmith has gone ingots. My tailor has gone into like mid-tier bolts. Those are going to be things that are going to quite often need to be set on the go, and then I could either just stand there watching at a crafting, you know, watching a crafting bar go along, or I could jump on this dude on a second account and go do some herbing and mining. That's how I'm probably going to wombo combo things. I'll have account number 2 up and running, or well, what is the primary account up and running, crafting something. Then this is set up on account number 2. I'm not historically very good at multitasking, but I think this is multitasking I can probably manage. Because if I can make 50k an hour doing some farming, that means I can lose 50k an hour crafting, and I still break even because I farmed it, so it's free, right? Can't lose. That means we can sell under cost because we're making it back by farming on the second account. Please, please, please don't believe anything I say right now. I'm memeing, but it's unironically how some people think. Clipped and shipped. Why did I hop off? That was a silly choice, wasn't it? I don't have Play Dead on my pet. Is Play Dead an account-wide ability now? Apparently not. Okay. He must be sacrificed. Oh god. Oh god, that didn't work, did it? That didn't work at all. Have they increased the, hang on, what's the revive time now? 2.5 second cast. Is that lower than it used to be? Has that changed? I could have swore revive pet was like something disgusting like 4 seconds. I clearly haven't let my pet die often enough. Go on, take me somewhere cool. To an Iron Claw, we'll take it. The one that takes ages is Dismiss Pet. Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure Revive Pet used to take ages as well. Okay, I said I'd let the hour play out, but it's probably smart to let the potion run out. We got, what, 14 minutes on our potion? So if we finish off what the potion has to offer, then go and look at throwing everything we've gathered so far on the auction house, in an hour or so's time, then we can probably look at selling all of that. Getting this dude some better profession tools, maybe. That is, if the auction house will let us buy anything. Or sell anything. Two options that you can't take for granted right now. Right, stay sleepy, you. Can I just creep up on you nicely? No, you're not happy about that. Yeah, using Auctionator makes it more manageable. It's more the flipping 10,000 ghost auctions that's the problem. You have no idea what the price of anything listed actually is. Which is both frustrating when you are trying to sell things and also trying to buy things. How are you meant to, you know, follow general goblin consensus when it comes to undercutting when you can't see what the prices are of the last auctions? It's a bit of a problem. This is why some wild undercuts appear to be happening. That's another reason to be a goblin. Oh, missed. Shit. Yeah, I love the fact that the camouflaged ones show up a Kyrite in this first zone. This leaves me with very little reason to ever go anywhere else. I mean, I probably could and should, but as it stands right now, with the Kyrite showing up via camouflaged ones out here, I don't feel the need to go to Ashgahet. NA is starting to feel stable. I mean, it could just be like a ridiculous backlog of stuff that once it's churned through it, it's done, but I don't know. I think people using point blank sniper combined with I mean, well, yeah, some tools and add-ons out there will help you at the moment. Point blank sniper obviously has always gonna have the same issues as everybody else, is that the way it does its thing is it pulls the first page of the auction house. Now if the first page of the auction house is either slow or wildly incorrect, then even that's not going to have great success. If the information you get directly from Blizzard is shit, no add-on in the world is going to be able to make that any better. Farming, what the actual fuck is going on here? I know. What have you done with Mantheus? It's crazy, right? Ding 72 though. Free money. Well, I meant that they are somehow scanning 1,000 times in 30 seconds. Well, that's not how Point Blank Sniper works. Unless they've changed it, Point Blank Sniper basically does one single API call to Blizzard, which is show me the you know how when you open the reagents tab or something, you show the reagents on the auction house, it just instantly populates the entire list. That list is a single API call. That entire list is the minimum price of every item on the auction house. That's one API call. Boom. What Point Blank Sniper does is, because all it cares about is the minimum current listed price, And so what it can then do is, with the further shopping searches, it can then filter that one list that it gets. And so it's actually very quick and very light on auction house usage, even though it seemingly does a lot. Yeah, it can give you the price on 1,000+ items very quickly. It's not doing that by doing 1,000 searches. It's doing one search, and that search is returning the minimum price of every item on the auction house. It's not doing 1,000 separate individual searches. It's just searching in a far more sophisticated way for a very deliberate result, which is you know, if you're trying to snipe things, you don't care about how much, like this is where sometimes a TSM shopping scan is much slower, because TSM doesn't just ask for the one minimum price item, it asks for every price for that item so it can populate the list and show you every auction for it. But if you're doing like sniping, you don't care about the 10th, 12th, 15th auction listing and what price it is. You only care about the minimum. You care about one item and the minimum one. That's all you care about. And so that is just one simple, very quick search. You forget that these add-ons are deliberately built in a way that is as optimal as possible. In many cases, it's way more optimal than even Blizzard's defaults. But they're built in a way for a specific purpose. So when people turn around and claim it's all these add-ons that are causing everything to be slow, it's actually bullshit. It's literal bullshit. The people that are using the add-ons are probably searching the auction house in a more efficient way than everybody else. Certainly, they'd be putting far more constraints on the systems if they weren't using those add-ons but trying to achieve the same thing. So their auction house infrastructure that's not coping, I don't know why they should get a pass on this. Goblineering is and has always been a viable way of playing, but auction house players are getting a lot of flack at the moment. There's an upvoted thread even on WoW Economy that is saying to ban TSM. Yeah, it's madness. It's so silly. It's scapegoat mentality, right? It's like, okay, well these guys are more successful than me. They're using more sophisticated ways of doing something than I am. So when things go wrong, I'm going to blame them for their more sophisticated way of doing things because they're clearly, the cause of the problem. It's just scapegoating. That's all it is. It's rubbish. Something doesn't work. I don't know why it doesn't work. I don't know anything about what's going on, so I'm going to point my finger and blame an arbitrary thing because it somewhat makes sense to me, right or wrong. Where's this herb gone? Here he is. It's that guy Manthius making the auction house slow. Oh, clearly, yeah. Absolutely. Someone go tell Raiders to stop using GTFO and DBM. Yeah, multiboxing is fully legit, obviously without third-party software, etc. And people are reporting and people are getting banned. So we also do not see a problem to ban auction house add-ons because people cry. I mean, yeah, it's... The multiboxing thing's always been stupid, in my opinion.
I tried to view it with a, you know, giving Blizzard the benefit of the doubt here, that if you were going to put a stricter policy on multiboxing, it was maybe because it was getting remarkably difficult to distinguish between a legitimate player that was just multiboxing and a bot. And that maybe having to make the rules stricter on multiboxing, making it a less attractive adventure or playstyle, was a way to make it easier in turn to spot the bad actors. But that's that would only be an acceptable argument if we saw a rapid decrease in the amount of bots, and it's not like we did. So hindsight on that one is that I think it was just, okay, well, people are not happy that other people are playing in this way, so to save grace, to keep the public image of we're listening, they'll change a few rules here and there, piss a few people off to make a larger group of people happy. Hate using the auction house. It makes me want to not play the game, and that's not a great feeling when it comes to a new expansion and you're meant to be hyped for it. Oh yeah, it's just a chore doing anything on it right now. And that's when you realise just how much of a linchpin in the entire game the auction house and the economy is. It doesn't get anywhere near enough credit, in my opinion, because I genuinely feel most players completely 100% take it for what's the phrase I'm looking for here? They take it as a given that the auction house and all of the items on the auction house are just magically there out of thin air. They take it for granted that all of those items are available, when you forget that those items are only there because somebody's gone out and crafted them. Sure, they have a reason to have crafted them, and that reason is that they want to make a bit of the in-game currency. But when you start nuking certain aspects of that because you don't like, you start feeling it's unfair or something along those lines. This is why I'm not a fan of them capping things regarding professions. The choice of having artisans' acuity and knowledge points basically doing the same thing this expansion is feeling a bit odd. It's kind of a bit weird. You've got two time-gated currencies, one that's more time-gated than another. But yeah, the first people to complain when everything is super duper mega expensive on the auction house are the same people that seem to also complain about goblins being able to get an advantage. And it's like, motherfucker, if they don't get an advantage, all of your shit's going to be expensive. You can't have it both ways. But this is when you realise that you spend too much time on the internet and you realise that you just don't care anymore. Which is the best place you can get to. Go do what you want to do, have fun in the game. And forget it. It's easy. There's so many of these herbs I want to pick up, but they're in stupid elite territory zones. Although this one's free. This is a freebie. Crystallized mycobloom? Have I overloaded on this? Have I overloaded a crystallized mycobloom? I don't know. Apparently not. Taking me somewhere cool. Don't put me in the middle of B-land. Huh. I'll do. Ever played Eve? No, I've deliberately never played Eve. It's a very conscious decision to not play it. Not because I don't think it would be fun, but because I think it would take over my life. And I don't need a game to do that. I've already got World of Warcraft for that. I've lost real life friends to Eve, so I'm very aware of its capabilities. It's the region scale changes that are causing the issue, and that is Blizzard's fault. It was their call to make things regional.
there wasn't a huge population of people really demanding for that change. No, it was kind of a byproduct of another problem that they caused. It was off the big reason why people were complaining so heavily was because Shadowlands legendaries were mental level expensive, and nobody wanted to spend 250k on a brand new legendary every time a patch came out. But there's only one reason why legendaries were so goddamn expensive. One, people had to have them day one, and so they were 250k. And two, the amount of mats that went into one was crazy. If you actually even for a minute contemplated farming your own materials to be able to make your own legendary, the time commitment needed to do that was mental for one piece of gear. And so, of course, shit was expensive. But that was Blizzard's design that made it that way. And then the disparity between like popular realms and less popular realms, having legendaries at 250k a piece on the lesser populated realms, because there were nowhere near as many people willing to spend that time farming the materials to produce them, then compared to the big realms where everybody played, Legos were 50k a piece. You know, that pissed people off in a way. But the solution wasn't necessarily to make it all one big auction house. The solution was maybe don't make this gear cost so much. Cluster-wide auction house would have been nice. Save the dead realms. Dead realms just need merging. There's no such thing as server identity anymore. There's absolutely no reason to have dead realms. There's no reason you should have dead realms at all. Just merge the damn things together. I don't know why they don't. I don't know why they haven't bothered. You take some Lobby level realm, smush it into Kazakh, smush it into Silvermoon, smush it into Draenor. Those players would all of a sudden have far more options and availability to them. That would be far more useful than making the entire auction house region wide, which is something that like they're still clearly going to do, by the way. Their end goal is definitely to make the entire auction house region wide. But the fact that they can't seem to get just the commodity markets region-wide right over 2 years after they first implemented the technology makes me concerned for the day that they try and make the full thing region-wide. Names would be horrible. It's already horrible now. If you're not opened your warband, like we had players that had the same character name on multiple different servers. They opened their warband and all of a sudden they had like 20 of the exact same name. Names are already horrible. In essence, your character's surname is your realm name. But that doesn't mean anybody needs to see what that realm name is, or that character surname particularly. Family name, whatever it's called in your native tongue. The restriction on having people have the actual same name is also a really old school, out of date restriction. You can have a unique player ID, but you can still have people have the same name. It's such an archaic restriction in my mind that you can't have two people with the same name. I know many people called John. The world goes on. Who would keep theirs if somebody came over from a merge realm? They both have the same name. Like, it doesn't matter. It
It genuinely doesn't matter. Your name is not so... you don't own your own name. Like I said, each individual character could just have its own unique ID. But then you have a display name. It's not a difficult problem to fix. It doesn't need to be a big thing. Wax has been nerfed. Yeah, they've been making some hot fixes to the wax thing. That's a fun detected one, in my opinion. I think the reason it got nerfed is because they were more concerned that it was significantly easier for people to get, like, high quality materials from those than it was to actually go out gathering. Which is probably the reason why they had to nerf it. But it was fun while it lasted for some people. Oh, me potion's fallen off now. Me true sight potion's gone. Right, well that's maybe my sign to go cash out what we've farmed. 20+K of stuff in our very, very first hour of herbing and mining before we've even got our skill to 100 is not a bad haul if I do say so myself. This means that by the time we've got a full setup, we've done a little bit more to get our knowledge points, we get our tools in order, even basic tools. I want to just highlight that I don't even have like basic shit here yet. Once this is full and we've at least got some basic tools, we're already looking to double these numbers. What have I specced into for mining? Didn't I go bismuth? I probably went bismuth. I went full elbow deep into bismuth. Acid gives you the chance of pulling out full null stones. Felt like the probably the short-term play, to be honest. I think actually the long-term play would have been to put points into one of the other ones, but the short-term play at least is get null stones. What is the weak core you're using at the top left of your screen? Oh my god, please just do type exclamation mark WA in chat. Oh, is it not working on YouTube still? Is Streamlabs not playing game? Oh, I apologize. It's meant to work for Team YouTube as well. It's there. I don't know why it doesn't work on Team YouTube. Okay. I don't know why it don't work in Team YouTube. Streamlabs being a pain again, clearly. Streamlabs has been really weird the last few days. A whole bunch of people have been saying that it just doesn't do what it's meant to do. I've been looking for a really good excuse to get rid of weak auras to get rid of Streamlabs for ages. And this might be it, actually. We might get a better solution. But anyway, let's get these herbs. Let's get this haul on the auction house. Let's get all this trash out our bags gone. Sell all of that rubbish. Let's get this lot on the auction house. I'm full on fantastic flasks and alchemical mastery. Now I have the choice to go into bulk production or specific herb nodes. What would you recommend? Do you want to make them at maximum quality? Or are you happy to have a better crafting price but produce less per day? Because that's really what the question is. I've suggested to people go into bulk mastery last, because you want all of the skill gain that comes from putting the points in the direct herbs, because that skill gain is going to get you to the point where you can guarantee that flask at top quality much sooner. If you go throw a bunch of points in bulk production now, it might take you upwards of 2 weeks longer before you can guarantee those flasks at quality 3. Now, a lot of people, when I did a little alchemy video, disagreed with my concept on that, but I think the best play is probably get to the point where you can guarantee them first, and then stack your multi-craft after. I live by the theory of like skill before secondary stats. It's the same as like your gear, right? Your regular gear. You go main stat before secondary stats. You wouldn't pick a piece of gear that has no strength on it but has 50 crit on it. You'd get the one that has the strength on it first. It's the same sort of theory as far as I'm concerned, but do you have any videos showing your profession setups by chance? Well, a lot of people are interested, so I might put together, well, I'm not going to really make it a series, but I might, over the, Jesus, over the next few days, weeks or so, I might talk about each of the characters and how I've set them up in a bit more detail. I've clearly put basically nothing out on YouTube for a while now. And that's because I've been playing the game way too much. I think I've broken my voice. Hang on. Oh dear. I think I've clearly been talking way too much over the last few days. My voice is breaking. Either that or I'm hitting puberty again. That wasn't fun the first time. What the hell's going on here? What the hell's going on with the price of this? I'm going to assume that that's a more likely price to sell stuff at. This is entirely guesswork on these prices, though. How much gold did you do in the war within? You don't want to know. Trust me, you don't want to know. It's a big number, but in the wrong direction. Hang on, vials at quality 1? Hang on. What are these from a vendor? I can't remember. Put them there. Codified Greenwoods. Let's go there. Lots of guesswork going on today because I have no idea which auctions are real and which ones are ghost auctions. These could be lit. Where's the first big cluster? Let's go there.
Probably a lot of fishing going on today, so I suspect fish are cheap. Whoa, these inks are still expensive. What's going on here, though? What the world is going on here, though? What's the odds that these don't exist? What in the world is going on here? All these random wands. Clearly somebody's mass spamming with a 1 silver undercut with their TSM. Okay. Well, let's go there. Can't sell that one. Core alloys, I have a reasonably good idea of how much these should be. Yeah, that's about right. Hover over them with Auctionator, and if you can see the name, it's real. Ah, this is fine. It'll do for now. There. Soulbound. Random soulbound stuff. A warped wing. Ha! What's going on with these? Look how many times people have clearly tried to reset these. Deary me. God, what absolute guesswork. Prices are so volatile right now anyway, I don't mind posting them at a higher price. I'm just waiting for somebody to come in and do a reset on some stuff. Right, now onto the mats that we actually care about a little bit more. Bismuth. Let's slap it in there, shall we? It's still nearly 50 gold a piece for bismuth. That's wild. Q2. It's got to be about the same price, surely. Yeah, I thought this would be the case. I thought quality 2 is it because quality 2 is just in a weird spot in terms of the fact there's no real reason to like Jewel crafters clearly are the only people that really care heavily about quality 2, I guess, because they're prospecting it. Is that a fair assumption? Whereas like people are using quality 1s because it's the cheapest. People are using quality 3s because they need to make the best. But that kind of like in the middle is just crashing in price to the same as quality 1. There's part of me that's tempted to buy up a lot of the quality 2 and just sit on it for a while. But I don't know how sensible that is with 10 days left before the actual season starts. People are going to buy these in a good quantity when they do. At least a multiple of 5, so let's put that in there. What do you think of the daily skinning fang? Will it be good? Sure. Anything that's limited in any way, shape or form will always be good.
As long as there's people that, as long as there's people that want the crafted items that's made with it, you can't go wrong. Fang has already dropped to 10 to 15k, not really amazing. Or 10 to 15k for about 3 minutes work. Still seems pretty good to me. I think it's weird Null Lotus is so cheap, but I guess nobody needs flasks yet. There was also a couple of weird things with Null Lotus, that it was seemingly much easier to get than Null Stone. But yeah, you are kind of right that I think Null Lotus is probably also quite cheap right now because the main source for it is obviously flasks, and that's not big business just yet. Outside of people leveling up Alchemy, that's really where I think the only demand would have been. At least half of these materials are going to have already sold by the time we actually finish listing them all. With how slow the auction house is today. Thinking about it. Should you buy the knowledge points for artisan's acuity? Well, you have to. Well, yes, you should at some point. You need to decide whether it's better for you to buy the tool or to buy the knowledge books, though. Or even to buy the recipes or whatever. Right, this one just doesn't seem to want to do anything. Let's try crystalline powder. Oh, that works better. Let's try that one again. I think gatherers want the books first, then the blue tools. Yeah, I'd say gathering is more likely to want the knowledge points first than the tools. But where crafting professions are concerned, you're most likely going to want the tools before the knowledge books. But I spoke about this in a bit more detail earlier. It kind of depends what market you're looking to capitalize on. If you're going for something that has quite a low knowledge point requirement, you can probably get the knowledge points you need without buying those books. Meaning your artisan's acuity should go towards the tools first. But something like flasks, where if you want to make the tip-top flasks at the best quality, you've got a massive journey ahead of you of knowledge points. Knowledge points is actually your bigger problem. You'll probably, by the time you have the knowledge points, have had ages to get your artisan's acuity to make your tools. So it's never totally black or white. Forgot to turn off use best quality reagents when leveling my blacksmith. Bye 200 rank 3 bismuth. Oops. We've all done it. We've all done it.
That's not a lot of herbs at all, is it? That's not a lot at all. I'm going to put those in there. $123,000 rank 3 microbloom. Already claiming to be sold per day on average. That's actually wild. For a rank 3 material as well. Is there any real big clusters of it anywhere? No. There's a 15,000 at 61 gold a piece. 15,000 at 60 gold a piece. 23,000 at 58,000. I wonder, you know, how many very wealthy goblins, people who don't have millions of gold but have tens of millions of gold, I wonder when they're going to look at the prices for some of this stuff and go, you know what, that's all mine now, and just like sweep up an entire market, because it's going to happen. What do you look for when trying to reset a market? Well, you look for a reason why the price might go up. And if you can find a good enough one, you might be good to go. But it's exactly the same as gambling. You know, you're guessing. You're guessing at the end of the day. Don't matter how much knowledge you have, how much of an understanding you have, you're still guessing. This is why I often steer clear of it, to be honest. Mostly because when you realise you're actually gambling, you also then quickly realise that the payoff is usually not good enough to make it worthwhile doing. The best scenario, like most of the time when people look at resetting markets, the best possible scenario is they double their money. Right? If they buy something for 10 gold, the best thing that they can expect for is that they then sell it all for 20 gold. You're never going to get like a jackpot lottery thing where you buy the entire market out for 50 gold a piece and then you sell all of them for 10,000 gold a piece. That just doesn't happen. Yet some people still seem to believe that that's how they work. Not to mention, most of the time, you then, however much of something you have to buy, there's a reason why it was on the auction house in the first place, and the reason why it was on the auction house is because it's clearly not selling that fast. It's not selling fast enough for the price to naturally reset itself. So if you come along and you buy it all, most people's next problem is, shit, now I'm struggling to sell this, and it tanks back down to lower than what it was before they even bought it. So, honestly, the thing I look for, there has to be a really good reason for me to try and do anything like that. Really good reason. I just generally think it's pretty much as close to gambling as you can get, really. It's only 19k to reset Dracothists. What about Pog Essence? How much can we get for Pog Essence? Right, is it going to show me these ley line residues yet? No, it clearly doesn't want to show me ley line residue in any way, shape or form. Oh, no, oh, it's thinking about it. Just now getting back to focusing on some gold making for the first time in like 15 years. I used TSM years ago and it's changed so much. It used to be pretty intuitive, now it's clunky. You're best off not using things like TSM right now anyway. You got to wait till everything's settled down a little bit. It's wild right now. You can barely even use the auction house. It, for the most part, doesn't work. Like TSM is not going to... TSM is a really useful tool to speed up your day-to-day monotonous tasks on the auction house. But only when the auction house is actually working properly in the first place. I love TSM to bits, but it's just useless at the moment. Because look, I've just posted all of this stuff, and you know, the interface that I have is that some of it is selling. I don't know. It doesn't even show me what I've listed, so it's all entirely guesswork at the moment. The auction house is busted. Hopefully they'll fix it soon. Hopefully. But boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there for now. I'm going to go get me some food. I'm really hungry, and of course it is a Saturday. There's a strong chance I'll be streaming again tomorrow. No real reason for me not to. It's launch week. Even though, you know, historically I tend to take the weekends off. If I take a day off, what am I going to be doing? I'm going to be sat here playing World of Warcraft. So the reality is I'll probably throw the stream up again tomorrow as well. Thank you all for stopping by. I appreciate all the questions. I appreciate all of the lurking. I appreciate the, you know, hanging out, chilling out. Yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. Have a wonderful weekend. And if I don't see you before, I'll see you on the next stream. Should be tomorrow. Hit the follow button. Hit that sub button. See you next time. Peace.